Okay, I call to order a meeting of the Hartford Selectboard at 6 p.m. on February 17th, 2026. First order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. If there's anyone who'd like to lead it.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have no local liquor control board business. We have no local cannabis control board business. Next item is the order of agenda. Are there any changes to the order of agenda? Okay, then we will keep it as it is. And so the first order under select board is public comment. Remember that you have 3 minutes. It's not the place for dialogue, which means back and forth. If you have specific questions about town operations, make sure that you contact the town manager instead of using this time. And there are no personal attacks. So we will begin. 3 minutes.
Hi, Kathy Melisick, Wilder, Vermont. I don't know if we're allowed to speak specific to public comments for item E about the project on 444 Sykes Avenue. I was a little confused from the last meeting.
We usually, that was a public hearing.
Okay.
So we usually, technically.
I got it.
Okay.
I don't want to watch my minutes, my seconds go.
Right.
Thank you, Mary.
You're welcome.
I mean, Madam Select Chair. According to a 2025 article in Vermont Business Magazine, the Vermont visitor economy has a $4 billion annual economic impact and represents 10% of our workforce. In 2023 alone, 15.8 million visitors spent $4 billion across lodging, dining, retail, entertainment, recreation, and more. Their spending also contributed $282.3 million in state and local taxes, equivalent to approximately $1,039 per Vermont household. Amy Spear, president of the Vermont Chamber of Commerce, said, quote, "It's crucial that we find a path toward affordability and abundance, improving economic conditions. Vermont's beauty and charm are undeniable, and together we can create an environment where both our tourism industry and our communities can thrive for generations to come." I know from discussions with the Hartford Chamber of Commerce that our Auquechee Visitor Center alone clocked more than 100,000 visitors in 2025. And that in an area that shockingly has no public water or sewer, thereby limiting housing and economic development. The number one question where I work, where are the bathrooms? Examples of our previously as Hartford residents being forward on this and going backwards now, where 25,000 gifts once was, is a low barrier shelter. Next to that, the Heirloom Furniture Hospital, which before that was a club and restaurant at one point, charred earth since the fire that burned it all down right after it was purchased from the owners then. Coach and Four Inn, when I moved here, became a car dealership, which failed and is now a rider site. We had suggested to a previous town manager that this would be a perfect site at the junction of 2 interstates and near both highways 4 and 5 for a true supermarket, not an expensive co-op like the Hanover entity at the old PNC site. We have few things to compete with a tax-free New Hampshire, but food, yes, clothing, yes. I'd like to read, I don't have a lot of time, but if you read the segment of the Vermont statutes about what planning commissions are required to do, it involves new and rehabilitated housing being safe, sanitary, located conveniently to employment and commercial centers, and coordinated with the provision of necessary public facilities and utilities. I feel bad that you all are getting the brunt of this when you're asked to approve certain grant requests for projects approved by our planning commission, which often seems to approve projects that they have commented previously in session as not being inappropriate, as with the Gateway properties at Routes 4, 5, and Prospect and Maple. Indeed, one of our citizens at those meetings described the Routes 4 and 5 property as a hospitality district. Going forward, I hope the select board, when approached to approve taxpayer-funded outlays to developers, particularly since impact fees are still, quote, suspended, will consider existing conditions and violations, much like Essex Planning Commission did in refusing development permits to someone with a list of violations and tenant complaints. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
My new glasses did not come in today.
Please identify yourself.
Marcy Bartlett from Wilder. The select board has received a letter from me, and I'm gonna read a snippet of that, not the whole thing. It's ridiculously personal. What kind of mother desperately wants to believe that her daughter's being truthful, but can no longer distinguish her lies from reality because she can't either? I am that mother. What kind of mother existentially ransacks the Hartford Police Department while her daughter is missing for 8 days in November of 2003, when you finally learned she trusted the wrong people? I am that mother. What kind of mother helplessly watches as it finally dawns on her that love is not enough, that no amount of networking, intensive family-based services, or advocacy can help someone that refuses help because she's convinced there's nothing to see here? I'm that mother. What kind of mother looks at a 94% positive review rate in Twin Pines survey of tenants and absolutely gets it because the skill of reading between the lines of what is public versus what happens in private is so counterintuitive? I cannot emphasize that enough. I'm that mother, the mother who was forced to learn that skill of reading between the lines. That same phenomenon is before this select board right now. We want to help, right? We want to do something to help the housing crisis in our town, state, and country. We want to do something to send the message that our town is supportive of those in recovery, truly want to get better. Before you use a decision, asking you to vote no is indeed a big ask. It'll take more than my primer on how to think counterintuitively. If nothing else, listen to the voices of Hartford and perhaps most acutely the mothers of Hartford. Finally, I'll just say that nothing to see here. That way someone can stay under the radar and continue hamstringing the efforts at recovery. If I don't give you any reason to come looking, you'll go away. There is everything to see here. Twin Pines has lost the public trust. You just have to know how to read between the lines, between what is public and what is private. At least our daughter isn't dead.
Thank you, Marcy.
Good evening, Marie Alvin, Hartford Avenue. Somebody asked me this week, what do I want? So here we go. I want the Haven to implement on a strict basis a drug-free campus, including the 747 Twin Pines property. I want moms and dads, children, and those in recovery to feel safe instead of afraid. The Haven campus, including Twin Pines, appears to be both complacent and accessible for doing drugs. There are addicts walking Hartford Avenue, and I can see drug deals from my windows. Without proper management and supervision, this drug use will only increase and jeopardize every recovery program. The purpose of the Haven is to be drug-free and to help get folks back to their lives. What I see by being a close neighbor is not at all conducive to the mandates of the Haven. The present situation contradicts these mandates. If the school is okay with this next door easy access to drugs, then this neighborhood has severe problems at hand. I am one person and I cannot be accountable for the operations of the Haven or Twin Pines by myself. I suggest the select board, the neighbors here, the police, the Haven, and Twin Pines take this drug situation seriously before we have a greater problem. I have made numerous attempts to talk to Mr. Winters over the past 5 years and have yet to get a reply. Currently, I'm waiting on answers to 3 questions. How are they screening potential guests? What are the house rules at 747 on the Haven campus? And what laws are these tenants supposed to comply with? The lack of response and communication from this organization has proven to be extremely unprofessional and has created questionable living situations for residents. I'm afraid if you don't hold Twin Pines accountable now, before this next building, it's not going to happen. It is pivotal that you take this drug situation seriously before we have a greater problem, especially on Hartford Avenue, next to our school zone, drug-free school zone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marie. Lonnie, state your name and then your residence.
Okay, thanks. Hi, I've never been here before. That's why she's helping me. My name is Lonnie LaRoe. I live in Wilder at Azalea Circle. So I'm a member of this community, and my husband and I own property in Hartford for 30 years. I've lived at Azalea Circle for 7 years. I was a community health nurse in this community on both sides of the river for more than 40 years. I am really concerned about the issue before you. Housing is a major issue here, as is all the social determinants of health that affect everybody in our community. I'd be happy to discuss that at length with anybody else that wants to do it, not by email. There's a serious housing crisis here. There's also a serious drug crisis here, not just on Hartford Ave. Go to South Main Street, go to Lebanon, live in the park. I mean, I have a lot of personal as well as professional experience with homelessness, with mental health issues, and with substance abuse. I strongly believe that all 3 of those can be treated. I believe that there's hope in all those arenas, but I feel like it requires people to work together to be part of the solution and not keep talking about the problem. In my professional experience, I have had a fair amount of dealings with Twin Pines in several of their housing units. I don't live next door to one. However, I will go on record as saying that should there be one approaching my neighborhood, that I would support it. I just feel like we're losing ground on all these things here, and I'm concerned. We don't have enough housing here for our kids to stay here or to want to come back here. That's affordable. And why we would think about turning down $2 million worth of money that might help in that. Yeah, there's problems. And I know there's been a lot of questions. I'm not all that up to speed on it, but I did read the response that's hitched to the agenda and the meetings from last week. It's not like people are not willing to enter into dialogue. Again, I just like us all to think about as community members, are we willing to be part of the solution, or are we going to keep talking about the problem? And it seems like there is some willingness to work on the solution. And then I would also, as a community member here, just like to respectfully request that people talk to other people and concerned citizens as well as elected officials with some degree of civility, compassion, and respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Lonnie. Miranda, is there anybody online?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead, Mike.
Good evening, Mike Morris, Hartford. I'm calling up, as last week I attended the meeting by Zoom, and particularly the Twin Pines Development conversation. I learned a lot by watching and listening to people speak, the presentation, everything. I watched the discussion go through. Several people that attended the meeting. I think one particular person even got to speak several times back and forth, to the point of where one select board member suggested that the Twin Pines development representative sit at a microphone or have a microphone so he could answer questions back and forth. During public questions or answers or whatever you had, I zoomed in and asked a question or some concerns and got a response from the Twin Pines developer, which I thanked him for the quick response. I didn't think it was adequate, so I was going to follow up. During that follow-up, I got interrupted. In that interruption, I spoke. I said I thought I had 2 minutes. I was told, well, you already asked a question and got an answer. And then I was told that it's not time for dialogue. I think the precedence was set earlier that it is time for dialogue. As I said, there was at least one gentleman that spoke at least 5 times back and forth on the microphone. There was dialogue going back and forth, even with people on Zoom, whatever. And I was treated very unfairly. I think there's a personal bias there. That was a personal attack towards me, something that goes against your rules. And I find it unbecoming of the board. I think the board should be embarrassed as how I was treated last week. Now, I think the board should do something about this. I know there's only a month left here, but I don't think your chair is can be objective without any bias. And I've seen it in other areas, in other people, in other subjects when she's there. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mike. I'd like to respond quickly, and that is this whole board selected the rules under which we are supposed to abide by. And if I remember correctly, at the very beginning last year, when the board came on, Eric Kraus recommended that we in fact say that it's not the time for dialogue. That, you know, dialogue means asking a question, getting a response, asking another question. A lot of times there's comments that people make during the public hearing. They're just comments, okay? I think what was really important is that in this agenda packet, we had responses to some of the questions and to the comments from Andrew Winter. So he responded and it's in the agenda packet, okay? So I'm sorry if Mike felt that I was biased. I was just trying to abide by the rules that the whole select board has established.
Excuse me, point of order. You didn't abide by the rules prior to me speaking. People were up and back and forth on the microphone. You shut me off. You were even told that I still had 33 seconds left and you ignored it. Sorry. This is, goodbye.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, Heidi.
Good evening, board, town, everyone listening. Heidi Duto, River Junction, Vermont. In all due respect, that was a public hearing. I do not believe that Mike was treated correctly. I actually would ask the board that they take that into consideration. Mr. Farnsworth was allowed at least a dozen times to go back and forth multiple times within his quote unquote 2 minutes that he went over. I was watching the clock. This has happened to me multiple times. I've had to address the board multiple times. I think that this is very biased. I know we're supposed to direct the board as a whole. That is why I'm talking to each one of you, trying to make eye contact with each one of you. But I ask that you, one, address this in a private executive session, however you want to choose to do this. But I think this needs to be addressed privately by you all. And I ask that comes March 4th, 5th, I'm not sure when you are happening to reorganize your board, but you do not reappoint the chair as the chair or the vice chair or any elected position, assigned position, and or you ask her to resign, because the respect that we as residents that pay taxes in this town deserve better. You all deserve better, because not only is she making a fool of herself, she is making a fool of our town.
Heidi.
So
may
thank
not-
you very much.
You may not be saying my name, but that is. a
I did not
personal
say your
attack.
name
That is a personal attack.
by saying chair.
Yes.
So Mary, how many times have you attacked me and or other people in this town? Would you like me to pull up the emails? Would you like me
You
to
know
pull up
what?
the
I
recordings?
think you need to sit down. I'm sorry. This is inappropriate.
How many times have you been misinformed?
You need to sit down, Heidi.
I will,
This is inappropriate.
but you, ma'am, need to consider resigning, and I will get the petitions, even though you want to talk about world addressing projects instead of town projects. Start dealing with
Okay,
what's
Heidi.
on the agendas.
Heidi,
Please sit down.
thank you for your comments. We
Thank
hear you.
Thank you.
We can talk about it separately if you would like.
May I make a brief comment? Just for perspective, everyone. I was on the school board for a while. I don't know how I survived, but I did. And I just want to also clarify to people that the role of a chair is an incredibly difficult role. And we have a lot going on in this town, as we know. So I am begging people to, as someone had said earlier, generate some level of civility and decorum around this issue. I think that, you know, some of these matters that we face as a town probably belong as a dedicated meeting, like a community forum, if you will. And the challenge that we have as a board is we are often here 4 or 5 hours working on the issues of the town. And when we develop a topic that we'll call it a hot topic, it's hard to migrate through because we have a lot of other businesses to attend to. So in defense of Mary, like there's a lot of work to do. There's a lot of complexity. There's a lot of regulation. There's all kinds of things that maybe people aren't aware of. But I am pleading with people to please be civil and respectful about what people are trying to do here. We're all trying to do good work and just be sort of create that space for each other. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ella. I work for the Department of Health. I'm not a resident of
Are
the
you,
town.
place of residence, Ella?
I live in Bradford. I'm not a resident of the town. But I do work for the Department of Health here in White River Junction. I am happy to say that I am not here to talk about the Twin Pines situation. I'm here to talk about something else. I know that on your agenda tonight is the discussion of changing the process or setting up a process for a request for proposals for the opioid settlement funds. And I want to express my support for that and also express the fact that I can be a resource to the board or to applicants. My role at the Department of Health is as a substance misuse prevention specialist. I work closely with our community coalition as well as many of our schools. And I would also encourage you to look into the Johns Hopkins principles for opioid settlement funds. They have some really great sort of baseline principles that can help you use the money in an evidence-based way. So that is all, and I will be here. So please feel free to ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else? Okay. Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this is Tim O'Hara from Wilder. I just wanted to speak briefly to the issue of the Twin Pines project and to second the resident earlier who asked you to really keep in mind just the severe housing crisis that we have in the area. You know, I understand there are issues at the Twin Pines property at Riverwalk and Hartford Avenue. I don't think that the issues that they're facing there are confined to Twin Pines only. I don't doubt that perhaps Twin Pines can and should be doing a better, more diligent job of managing the property. But, you know, I've seen in our neighborhood here in Wilder similar issues where we find that at any rental property, one problem tenant can cause a lot of problems for the entire neighborhood. And it's really difficult for a landlord to fix that problem. Once it starts, it can spiral and affect everybody. So when Mr. Winter spoke at the last meeting, he alluded to that being an issue that I think we need to think about as a town, is how do we support landlords when they're trying to get control of a out of control tenant on their property. But anyway, thank you. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Tim. Others?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I'm Sally Banzer, and I live in West Hartford. I live in West Hartford. I've been there for 4 years and am grateful to be able to afford a home. My 30-year-old son has lived with me for almost the entire time that I've owned my home because he can't find an apartment that he can afford. And he now has a really good job, making a decent salary and benefits and the whole thing. He still cannot afford $1,700, $1,800, $2,000 a month for an efficiency apartment, a size apartment. So I've opened up my home to him, and I don't know how long he'll need to stay. My point here is that there is the pandemic really did a number on the available housing in this area. People from out of state with plenty of funds have come in and scooped up lower priced properties and are either using them as second homes or renting them out on Airbnb for profit. So there's no flexibility in our housing supply. So I am here tonight to strongly support anything that the town can do to do the really difficult work of working with housing providers and to take advantage of what public funds may be still available to us. So thanks.
Thank you. Miranda, anybody else? Okay.
Otter, hi. I live in White River, and after watching the start of tonight, I don't know that I want to sit over there.
I assure you, it's lots of fun.
I just want to thank you all for what you do. I do want to speak out against the Twin Pines housing, simply because I think there's other things we can do as a town. I think we can, I think we have the power to stop Airbnbs from operating. I think you would have the power to tax the heck out of unused and second homes to deter that as a use, because we have lots of homes right now. They're just being rented out to Airbnbs, and they're being used 2 weeks a year. So I think there's other things we can do other than just building homes. I think make more affordable housing and fix what we already have and make sure that that's being managed well. Am I allowed to ask a question?
It depends on what the question is.
That's an opening to a dialogue.
It's not like, I don't want to be inflammatory. I couldn't figure out, does Twin Pines pay property taxes
Yes,
on their
they do.
properties? They do.
There was a misnomer or misinformation, if you read it in the Valley News. There was the statement that that money from the town is being supported, that Twin Pines is being supported by taxpayer funded monies, which is not exactly true.
Okay.
They actually provide revenues, but like all businesses, all residences in the town, they do get fire, ambulance, police some of those valuable services that everyone gets, no matter who you are. So that may be what the person was talking about. I don't know, but no, they are not asking the town of Hartford for any taxpayer money.
Oh, okay.
This whole thing that we talk about in 5E is a grant, a municipal
Yeah.
grant.
But as a nonprofit, they do pay
Yes,
property tax?
yes.
Okay, because they're, okay.
And whatever is over and above that they make goes back into the pool so that they can continue to offer the subsidized housing.
Okay. And separately, totally separately, I work at the school as a substance use interventionist and preventionist, and I just want to thank the board for putting it on the agenda to make that opioid settlement funding a really clear and transparent process. So that's everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yes. Go ahead.
I couldn't hear who it was.
Lanny.
Oh, okay, Lanny, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me okay, board?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, so, Lanny Collins from Hartford. So with the Twin Pines development, the one thing that has to be stated clearly and understood clearly is the public good versus the public harm that can come from Twin Pines. I think that it's a misnomer to say that Twin Pines pays a full load for taxes because their tax rate is calculated differently. But the public harm that comes from Twin Pines has been obviously shown from the properties on Riverwalk and the drug problems that they have from being involved up the Havens properties. So when we talk about the need for lower cost housing or housing in general, we also have to look at the number of units that Twin Pines actually provides for the benefit of low income individuals. And that is very minimal amount of apartments go towards low cost individuals, and they are not able to find residency. We need working class housing, workforce housing. And Twin Pines is not workforce housing. But again, the biggest issue is the public good versus the public harm. And I question the board to carefully consider that public good versus public harm based on the history that Twin Pines has within the town of Hartford. Thank you very much, board.
Thank you, Lanny. Anybody else? Okay, we will close the public comment at 6:33. And the next part of the agenda is the select board comments and announcements. I'll start with Ashley.
Sure. I just wanted to thank everybody for coming out. It's always inspiring for me as a board member when I see a room full of people. And I really appreciate the time that you all take out to be here. And just to say that myself and many board members are really committed to reestablishing trust with the community, reestablishing the decorum and the civility. And many of us have been working with an organization called Braver Angels, which helps to facilitate dialogues from, on hard topics from different perspectives. And they're, mission focused on bringing people together, whether that's elected officials and the community or Republicans and Democrats, or, all of these kind of oppositional people that we're kind of fighting each other. And I think this board and myself particularly is like really willing to do the work of reestablishing that trust and commitment to the taxpayers. So just to ease the tensions, I know it's hard. I know we're as a community going through a lot, and I just want to acknowledge that. Thank you all.
Tim?
I'll try and do a brief comment around, there's been a lot of dialogue around not-for-profits in the town of Hartford. not-for-profits in the town of Hartford. I think is valuable to make a distinction between tax exempt entities and not-for-profits in general at large. Not-for-profits do a phenomenal, tremendous amount of work in the community, and they contribute a phenomenal amount. They contribute jobs. They typically do indeed pay taxes. And so I think we should be careful about sort of pigeonholing this not-for-profit brand in our town, because a lot of the not-for-profits in this town do phenomenal work, provide a tremendous amount to the economy in terms of jobs, et cetera, and add a lot to our community. So let's be careful on that branding.
Thank you, Tim. Mike?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is my last select board meeting, other than when we meet on town meeting day. I'd like to thank my colleagues, past and present, our wonderful town staff, and of course the people of Hartford. It's been an honor and a privilege to serve you for the last 5 years.
Thank you, Mike. Ida?
I just want to say I'm really looking forward to the town meeting cycle events that are coming up. I really enjoy sitting up here, and I'm not up for re-election, and I'm glad I have another year to serve you all in my term. And I'm very much excited to support all the candidates who put their hat in the ring to join our board. And I'm grateful for folks that have stepped up to run, including the people up here, folks that are not sitting up here as well. And I know John's going to go over some of the details in his town manager report of what those events, upcoming events are for the public to engage with candidates and ask them questions and learn about them and their interest in the board. I'm excited to attend those events, be part of it. There's one at the Bugby Center tomorrow, right? So at the Bugby Center midday, 1:30 is a candidate forum, and that's a chance to have a, maybe more of a close conversation with some candidates in a smaller setting than at the official candidates night that's in the high school auditorium. So hope folks can show up and join in for some of those conversations and be there on town meeting day. I'm very excited for town meeting day, and come vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Miranda?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it a little lighthearted. I feel like today's a really special culmination of holidays. So happy Black History Month to everyone. Happy Ramadan. Happy Fat Tuesday, shout out to New Orleans. And happy Lunar New Year.
Thank you, Miranda. Eric?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's always with board comments a 50-50 chance whether I get to go first. And today I didn't, and so Mike beat me to the punch. But I just wanted to say thank you, Mike, for your service, recognizing that this last meeting, our last regular meeting, snuck up on us. It's been a pleasure. And likewise to Ashley and Tim. It's been good serving with you in the event that the voters decide to not bring you back. I just wanted to say thank you. Thanks, and thanks for your service and good serving with you. So that's my message of the night.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Yeah, it didn't dawn on me. This is the last regular meeting.
Miss you. Miss you,
Mike said, make it short.
I just want to look back about Mike. Mike, as you know, I've been involved with the town for a while, and you brought such dignity, grace, and order to, as we know, was a period of chaos and turmoil. And I really greatly appreciate all you've done for this town. So thank you.
Yes. Okay, so we are moving on to appointments. Is James Coleman here? No. Okay, so we will move on to, I know Jason Kelley is here because I spoke with him. So we are going to consider the appointment of Jason Kelley to the Sister Cities Committee for a 3-year term beginning February 17th, 2026 and ending February 16th, 2029. And as a first year, as a newbie, we always ask people to come up so that we can, hear a little bit about them, and they can ask, the board can ask a few questions if they need to, but welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm Jason Kelley. I live out Jericho Street between the railroad tracks and Route 14. And my wife and I have been there for 16 years now. I am a physician. I just retired from the VA hospital last year after 48 years of being a physician. I practiced at the University of Vermont for 25 years, and then my wife and I left Vermont, unfortunately, for 15 years, and we kept watching for an opportunity to come back. So I just spent the last 15 years at the VA hospital. I had full intentions of retiring after 10 years, but COVID came along, so I stayed on until things settled down, and I've slowly gone into retirement. And so I have time to help out with committees and boards in the town now. And one of the boards or committees rather that I looked at was the Sister City Committee. It sounded like it might be a junket for traveling, but I'm happy to say that I've attended the last two meetings, and I have read their minutes for the last year. So I've got a little sense of what goes on. I'm not quite sure how I would fit in, but I think they have some ideas about it for me. I grew up in a household that was very interested in global affairs. Both of my parents traveled a lot and studied or worked abroad. And I had the opportunity when I was at the University of Vermont to join with two colleagues, also medical researchers, who founded an organization that still goes on very strongly, that was involved in trying to recruit European young investigators into medical sciences. And we had several of our international conferences in Vermont and brought scientists over, budding scientists over from European countries and the Soviet Union, then Soviet Union, and established very robust collaborations with them that have grown so that the organization now continues to thrive, even though we don't have any members from Vermont anymore. So I've had that experience, and I'm looking forward to working with the committee as they move forward.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board?
Sorry, real quick, I don't know if we're. So online.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Sounds nice.
Are there any questions from the board? Absolutely.
Madam Chair, I move that the Select Board appoint Jason Kelley to the Sister Cities Committee for a 3-year term beginning February 17th, 2026, and ending February 16th, 2029.
Is there a second? Second, Miranda? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
Mr. Motion.
Okay, now we'll have the town manager's report.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And as predicted, I have a few details about our town meeting cycle. But first, I would like to acknowledge Mike on the occasion of his final regular meeting. It's been a great pleasure to work with you. And of course, I feel you're leaving big shoes to fill.
For the record, I refuse to wear a tie.
And as you're stepping down, I'm reminded, because of the Mardi Gras occurring at the same time, that we must laisser les bon temps rouler, n'est-ce pas? The Select Board will hold a strategic planning workshop on Sunday, February 22nd at 9:30 here at Town Hall, across the hall in room 2. The Budget and Candidates Night is scheduled for Monday, February 23rd at 7 p.m. at the high school auditorium. Select Board Chair and Town Manager will present on the proposed 26-27 general fund budget. At the Town and School District meeting, Saturday, February 28th at 10 a.m. at the high school auditorium, the Town Manager will walk through the proposed lot articles with advocates of each of those articles present to address questions, concerns, etc. Chris Holsworth will just speak about the two water bonds that Marcy has spoken so passionately to support, and hopefully others will as well. And Lori Hirschfield will speak on the wrap-up TIF projects that are on the ballot as well. Voting day, sorry.
Could I add a
Yes,
plug for
please,
that?
please.
I believe, and I don't think it's full yet, but Parks and Rec is offering some childcare for town meeting day. So if you want to be there but have young ones, check out the town website, Parks and Rec Department. There's an opportunity for your kiddos to do something fun and you to go be civic.
Great, thank you for that. And of course, voting day is Tuesday, March 3rd from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. at the high school gymnasium. Town offices are closed for that day. The next select board meeting after voting day takes place is Thursday, March 5, and is generally limited to select board reorganization. That is the election of a select board officer positions such as chair, vice chair, and secretary, and perhaps a discussion of committee liaison assignments that may take place either that night or at the next regular meeting, which is scheduled for a month from now, Tuesday, March 17th. A few items I wanted to highlight from SIGAX in the packet. The Environmental Sustainability Coordinator reports that work is ongoing to repair the grease trap at the Bugby Senior Center, and this work is expected to be completed, either has been completed or will be in the next day or two. The center is expecting to start cooking again on tomorrow, Wednesday, February 18th. The grease trap was in the floor and required a fair amount of work to remove. The new one will not be cemented in place, so it'll be easier to access, maintain, and remove if necessary one day. The Department of Public Works notes that its new director, Todd Law, has been on the job for 2.5 weeks. He's coming up to speed on the numerous activities that DPW has ongoing. They've also welcomed Lee Tillotson to the Highway Division of the Department of Public Works. I wanted to just point out or shout out to the Highway Division for working to clear snow and ice from town roads and sidewalks on January 28th, 29th, 30th, February 2nd, February 4th, February 5th, February 7th, February 10th, and February 11th. So that's very much appreciated by all of us. The town did receive 120 tons of salt from a non-contracted vendor as an emergency purchase due to salt shortages around the state, around the region, even around the country, one might argue. The Department of Planning and Development notes that work continues on their hazard mitigation plan. Once a draft is completed, a community meeting will be scheduled, which will focus on the top hazards facing Hartford and recommended actions. Town clerk again emphasizes that voting day is Tuesday, March 3rd at the high school gym from 7 to 7. The town clerk's office will close noon the prior day, Monday, March 2nd, to prepare for the election. Hartford Fire Department makes note in their report of a structure fire at the Chambers Trailer Park when someone tried to thaw out pipes under their unit using a propane powered heater. So the lesson of the day is the public is reminded to seek professional assistance when performing repairs involving heating equipment or fuel sources to prevent injury and property damage. The apparatus committee at the fire department had reviewed their first draft design of their new rescue engine, and many changes have been recommended to improve functionality, ergonomics, serviceability, and long-term resiliency. So that process continues. Hartford Police Department has emphasized a couple of recent actions that they've taken. For example, the arrest for first-degree aggravated domestic assault, and on another event, making an arrest for extraditable offenses in the state of Connecticut, as well as for the behavior of attempting to elude and negligent operating and gross operation of a vehicle. Grossly negligent, I should say. So finally, the Parks and Rec Department notes that staff is hard at work creating the new spring summer brochure that will feature all of their upcoming programs and events for the upcoming seasons. The brochure is scheduled to go into production by the end of this month, making it available for distribution in early March. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Okay, so then the next order of business is the Conservation Commission update. Katie?
Good evening. Thank you for having me. I'm Katie Mann and I'm the chair of the Conservation Commission. And I was here last year with a really nice PowerPoint, so I apologize that I wasn't able to put one together this year. But looking at the year in review, our Conservation Commission is really focused on education and partnership, I think, as a overall summary. Last year, we led 14 educational events, mostly clustered January through June. But those included family forest frolics, where the educational events geared towards families and young children, getting them out at the Hartford Town Forest and doing nature exploration. We did bird and wildlife walks, wildflowers, amphibians, and then trail maintenance at both Hartford Town Forest and at the Manawaca Conservation Area. We helped to coordinate Green Up Day, where there were over 440 volunteers this year, and we 2.92 tons of trash collected. We also did a fair amount of partnering with different schools around Hartford, but also the Vermont Law School with a cohort to develop a conservation toolkit for Hartford residents. But we led a day out in the Hartford Town Forest for the Ottauquechee Elementary School. We are also continuing partnering with a pollinator garden at the White River School. We coordinated with the Hartford Area Career and Technology Center for the game of vlogging, and we're in dialogue for them to continue different types of educational events for their students. And we're continuing our relationship with the Upper Valley Mountain Biking Association, who help us provide tools, and they generate a lot of volunteer activity to come out and work on our trails. We had one member turnover last year, but we haven't really had any vacancies. We had another person come right on and dive right in. So we've been really fortunate in that, very active membership. And we did spend a fair amount of time last year building a relationship with the new county forester, Dan Healy, and getting him acquainted with the Hartford Town Forest and hearing his ideas and getting a relationship there. We had to deal with microburst trees down in the Hartford Town Forest, as well as the Manawaca, and then also encampments of unhoused in the Manawaca Conservation Area. We're looking for some signage for from the roads for Manawaca Conservation Area. Had a couple members work to further the Conservator of the Year award, and we had kind of a soft launch. We got two nominations, so we're going to actually we held them. We want to honor those nominations, but also try to solicit more this year. So hopefully that will get some momentum. And looking forward, we had a really successful second annual environmental stewardship mix and mingle last year, and we are on the cusp of launching that for this year, the third annual mix and mingle, which will be Thursday, March 12th at the Bugbee Center from 5:30 to 7:30, and we would love to have you come. We have we opened it up to the Upper Valley this year, and we reached out to 45 organizations. We have had 35 RSVP already, I think, and we only have slots for, I might be overstating that, but we have slots for 10 to give presentations, and then we probably have about slots for 30 for tabling. So I'm hoping that people will come and learn about, and that's an invitation for everyone here, to come and learn about the environmental stewardship opportunities, whether that's just attending an event or volunteering or just networking with people in Hartford and the Upper Valley. So it should be a great night. And we are going to be working to plant chestnuts in the Hartford Town Forest this year in the area that was opened up a little bit with the logging a couple of years ago. And we're working with an expert there. And we're also exploring avenues for a new wildlife management plan in the Hartford Town Forest that will lead to the renewal of our forest management plan and revamping the Manawaca wildlife plan. Fast and furious Hartford Conservation. Pretty busy.
Thank you,
Not as
Kate.
busy as you are. So thank you. Do you guys have any questions?
Can I just ask again about the event, the mix and mingle? What's the date and
Yes,
time?
Thursday, March 12th.
Thank
And
you.
it'll be 5:30 to 7:30 in the Bugby Center. And materials forthcoming. We're getting that all together this week. I don't.
Any other questions?
Hey, I'm not asking you to necessarily be a lobbyist per se. You know, when I think about conservation, I sometimes think about protection of, critical assets kind of thing. And I know that there's been a big push in the state for this, kind of a dramatic overhaul of Act 250 and overlays around land. And to the extent that the Conservation Commission be willing to, be part of the planning and zoning conversation around that topic. Because my concern obviously would be that we as a town are keeping an eye on and protecting, these large conserved areas and being mindful of that. So I don't know whether, your group would be willing to at least, weigh in on that or think about it or have a dialogue with the planning and zoning groups to kind of talk about that issue. Just a thought.
That's a really good point. So on that topic, we did submit a letter in regards to the wetland, but they were changing the language of the wetland delineations and definitions, not definitions, but where they're going to reduce the restriction for wetlands. So we did submit a letter to keep the languages, but I think to your point, Tim, that's really a good opportunity for us to partner. So we have a meeting coming up in 2 weeks and I'll bring that up and then we can circle back.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Katie. Any other comments, Eric?
Thank you, Katie. Remind me if, are there liaisons between Planning Commission and the Conservation Commission?
Not that I am aware of, although.
Okay.
Yes, not an appointed one that I.
All right. There may be I think some of the other committees and commissions have liaisons to each other to facilitate some of those discussions like what Tim's talking about. So.
Yeah, so that might be a good first step.
Yeah. So I just want to say thank you to you and to the commissioners. I've been the liaison to the Conservation Commission, and I can attest that they have very long agendas and they have lots of stuff going on. It's pretty astounding. And I appreciate the domain expertise that is around the table at Conservation Commission meetings. I'm sure that it is the case for other commissions and committees, but we are fortunate to have foresters, naturalists, a whole spectrum of domain expertise working on behalf of volunteering on behalf of the town. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, and I'll bring that back to the committee. So thank you. Yeah, or the committee. Thank you.
And the mix and mingle is a lot of fun. I've been there too. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Katie. Right. So the next part of the agenda is the DPW report on emergency salt purchases.
Yes, Madam Chair, I believe we have our DPW Director, Todd Law, on Zoom. Is that right, Todd?
Good evening. Yes, this is Todd.
Great. It's your agenda item. Do you want to say a little bit about it for the board's benefit?
Yes, please. And I apologize for not being there. I had an appointment this afternoon, or I'd love to meet you all in person. As John alluded to earlier in the brief discussion during the agenda, there is a nationwide shortage of salt. I've talked to many DOTs across the nation that were in the same predicament that Vermont is in, with not being able to obtain salt, and most likely because of the fact that there was significant events across the nation where they normally don't have snow and ice events. So we were unable to obtain salt through our contracted vendor, Cargill, but we're able to obtain it through Barrett's Trucking, who has been receiving small quantities, and I'll say small under what we'd normally be seeing at a higher price. So our contracted price through Cargill is $98 a ton. We were able to obtain a couple different opportunities, again, smaller quantities for $120 and $150 a ton. So we chose the $120 a ton and have been able to obtain a little over 130 tons of salt to date. That should last at what we're looking at. That should last through this week at least, depending on what we see for snow events this week. We may have to obtain some additional salt, which we're being told that there's still some availability out there. And our contracted vendor has said there may be a light at the end of the tunnel. They're hoping that they can obtain salt through the contract sometime maybe in early to mid-March. But this emergency salt purchase was instrumental in us being able to provide winter snow and ice control over the last couple of weeks.
Yes, perhaps there are some questions from the board.
Anybody have any questions for Todd? Jim?
Just a comment, Todd. I know that we had discussed this idea of kind of partnering or cooperating with the state for next year's allocations or purchases. I'd like us to really kind of pursue that aggressively to really kind of create a more symbiotic, creative, relationship around this salt issue.
I definitely appreciate that comment. Something I'm very familiar with, as I'm assuming you all know. I spent 11 years with the Agency of Transportation, where I've been the maintenance engineer, the maintenance director, deputy director of maintenance and fleet. So I've been very involved in the purchasing of salt, working with Buildings and General Services, the Office of Purchasing and Contracting. And I've worked very closely with many of our vendors, including Cargill, American Rock, Appalachie, and a few others that have been able to purchase or contract through the Buildings and General Services. Currently, and actually working with Vermont Leagues of Cities and Towns, who was instrumental in pulling together lists from every town that was willing and wanting to try to purchase through this state contract. The issue in the past has been, and I know BGS put on their website that it was some sort of an FAQ that talked about the purchasing and the fact that a lot of the vendors did not extend pricing to the municipalities. And I haven't looked at this over the last couple of years. I was performing a different duty for the last couple of years, but that was the issue in the past. But we will continue to work with BGS, Vermont Leagues of Cities and Towns, and potentially with the salt vendors to see if we can make something happen like has happened in the past, because they didn't extend the pricing to the towns, but it sounds like they haven't been extending contracts through the state contract over the last couple of years.
Could be an opportunity to also work through the tax, through the regional commissions, the transportation area councils. There might be some benefit to pooling our efforts as well through that agent, through those organizations as well.
Thank you, Tom.
But it's mostly just to let you all know that we did do this purchasing through the emergency purchase procedure in section 4.6 of our town's purchasing policy, and we may find ourselves having to do so again. I don't know there's a motion so much as an endorsement of that process going forward. Would be appreciated if you'd be willing to do it.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sure.
I will read the recommendation that's here. Is that suitable, John?
Yes, I think that'll
Okay.
work.
In the event, I move that in the event that Cargill Salt is unable to provide additional salt, and in recognition that salt is critical to maintaining safe roads and sidewalks, ensuring public health, welfare, and safety, the Select Board authorizes the continued purchase of salt from Barrett Trucking, Inc., at $120 a ton, waiving the competitive sealed bidding process for purchases of the purchasing policy as allowed by section 3.7 of said policy.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mike. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
You next.
Thank you, Todd.
Thank you, Todd.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're on to C, authorize board chair and town manager to execute contracts for FY 26 audit service.
Yes, Madam Chair. We are under contract with our auditing firm. I'm just looking for their name because I have a hard time remembering it. Mudgett, Jenner, Crow, Wisner, PC. And that's for the next, it goes through the fiscal year 2027. What's at issue now is just this year's retainer agreements to have them do the work for fiscal year 26 on A, the town's books, and B, the TIF district's books. And this is something that the board is asked to approve every year, authorizing the select board chair and me as town manager just to sign those agreements, formally retaining them for this year's audits.
Accept the motion. Yes, Mike?
I move that the select board authorize the town manager and the chair of the select board to sign 2 letters of engagement provided by auditing firm Mudgett, Jenner, and Crow Wisner for FY 2026. One for the audit of the town's basic financial statements and the other for the audit of the town's tax increment finance.
There is a second. Second by Miranda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
You can't memorize that name, John.
I should have by all this time,
Just
but
call it Dewey cheated in half.
yeah, that's the one. Very good.
Okay, so we move on to 5D, remarks from Two Rivers-Ottauquechee Regional Commission on housing in Tier 1A, 1B areas.
Hello, hi.
Hi.
My name is Kyle Katz. I am a regional planner with the Two Rivers-Ottauquechee Regional Commission. And I'm here tonight, as Mary mentioned, to bring you all up to speed on Tier 1A, Tier 1B, and some big changes that have been happening at the state level around Act 250 and reform for housing. So back in 2024, the state passed Act 181, which is a landmark housing and Act 250 reform bill. And as part of that, it instituted these interim exemptions, they're called, for village center areas, downtown centers, for new housing, essentially, large housing developments. So they would be exempt from Act 250. So these exemptions are in place right now for some areas in Hartford. And I believe in one of the memos that you received, it has a link to those exemptions. And those exemptions expire at the end of 2026. And that means that Act 250 will then revert back. So these larger housing projects would be subject to Act 250 again. Another piece, though, of Act 181 was Tier 1B and Tier 1A. And these are areas mapped, and they're in close alignment to those exemption areas. And it would essentially extend the exemptions past 2026. Tier 1B requires that the town have adopted town plan, zoning, subdivision bylaws, the capacity to administer the zoning, and that's and sewer and water and wastewater, which Hartford has in these areas. And what the town essentially would need to do to extend these exemptions is to opt in to Tier 1B. This is part of the regional future or the regional plan adoption process. And the mapped areas are village centers, planned growth areas, downtown centers, and village areas, and those are also included in that memo. They're mapped. I don't know if we can put it on the screen or not, but yeah, just as a good visual. Okay, so here we've got the memos and then the statutory requirements. For Tier 1B, it's not a very heavy lift in terms of applying for it. And that's more of what I'm focusing on today. Tier 1A is a much heavier lift in terms of meeting the statutory standards and the review process. And beyond that, the town would then be taking on the administration and enforcement of all prior Act 250 permits for those areas, which isn't the case for Tier 1B. It's only for new housing developments of up to 50 units on parcels that are 10 acres or less. But all other Act 250 would still apply. The areas that we were looking at, and I apologize, the pink is not very clear, but for this, we're looking at Quechee and the village center here, and then these pink areas that go out a ways, those are the village areas. Those will also be within that Tier 1B.
And we've lost you for the microphone's purposes at home. Sorry.
I'll try and reach. And then similarly on the south side, you have an extension of that village center in Quechee, and then those village areas that extend outward. That village center is the core, and the village areas tend to be more residential, but higher density. And so those for Quechee would be what would be within that Tier 1B area. And then if we scroll down, okay, so here we've got Wilder and Hartford Village. And we've got in Wilder, we have a pocket of village center surrounded by what's called the planned growth area. This is an area where, you know, we expect there to be more growth, more development. There's a requirement that it be highly walkable. And as you can see, it's limited by that I-91 corridor. On the west side of 91, we have another village area that goes all the way down to Hartford Village, which is a village center. And so all of those areas will be included in that Tier 1B.
Which area are you looking at?
Yeah, so it's hard to see on the screen, but there are different shades of purple. And then there's this pink area west side of 91. And the memo that was included with the packet has a link to the online map. So it's interactive. You can click on that and scroll through and zoom in. And then we have downtown White River. That is a downtown center surrounded by planned growth area. And so those areas as well would be eligible for Tier 1B. There's also, I'll just point out, the hatching is flood hazard and river corridor areas. So anything underneath the hatching would be excluded unless it meets the infill river corridor protection rule. That's just a statutory requirement. And then finally, we have West Hartford. West Hartford's the only area right now that doesn't have that Act 250 exemption. All the other areas do. But it could qualify for Tier 1B. And it is a historic village center. So it is mapped as a village center. And I'll just mention as well that you can kind of pick and choose which areas the town opts in for. Can opt in on all of them. Or it can say, you know, we only want village areas to be Tier 1B, or you just want the downtown centers, or you can say, you know, we want all planned growth, downtown center, village area, and village center. And We have, because this is tied up with the regional plan adoption process, we have a fairly limited window in which we need to know if, you know, towns are opting in and what they're opting in for. So we're looking at the end of March to, you know, have a resolution back, and we have a template that we can provide, and it's essentially just a checklist with the statutory criteria. Like, yes, we have an adopted plan, we have zoning, we have the capacity to administer it, we have sewer and water in these areas, or suitable soils is the other criteria. So, with all that being said, and I may have missed it, some things, but feel free to ask any questions.
I just have a question myself. You said that this will end the tier 1B will end at the end of 2026, and then everything reverts to Act 250 back.
The interim exemptions are in place right now and at the end of 2026. Tier 1B is what we replaced that.
Okay.
So if, say a town doesn't opt into Tier 1B, then any new housing developments over 10 units triggers Act 250. And currently the threshold, depending on where you are, is either 50 units or 75 units with the exemption. The Tier 1B exemption is anything up to 50 units on lots of 10 acres or less.
And Tim?
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I served on the Heartland Planning Commission for quite a while, and I was always struck by the, we'll call it inherent tension between the local interest of the town, the regional authority, if you will, you guys, and the state. And I know there's a lot of, we'll call it political pressure now to modify Act 250 in the interest of creating more housing opportunities. Sitting in this seat, what we're relying on is our kind of planning and zoning group and you guys and kind of working through that. But the challenge I have is that who's the advocate for Hartford, right? So because at the end of the day, like, we may have a different viewpoint or idea around what we want to do as a town related to preserving land or allowing development in certain areas and so on. So I'm not really clear on the process of how the town, if they don't love the overlays or the ideas, how are we able to coalesce and push back or change it or modify it? I'm not clear. Where does that happen?
Yeah, so we've worked pretty extensively with Lori Hirschfield and Matt Osborne, and we've met with the Planning Commission, and they've sent us a memo. So we've had a lot of interaction and feedback, and we've taken that into consideration, made changes to that.
So speaking to that, we're relying on, you know, our town components to review this and advocate one way or the other. But it strikes me that we really should be reaching out to the community at large and discussing the potential impact of what this could mean. Do we want to have overlays that are either subject to Act 250 or subject to local zoning control or whatever? I mean, when do those conversations happen?
So if I could just add a little bit on some of the background here. One of the things to keep in mind is that we've had all these other designations that have been in place for quite a while. So the town has had downtown designation, we have the growth center designation, and then we also have the village center designations currently, which includes Hartford Village and Ottauquechee. We had put in place a planning process prior to Irene to actually get all of the villages under that designation process, but you know, things just changed in dynamics into the villages. It's one of the reasons why we're starting up the village center, community organizing and, you know, discussions, just so that people can get back to feeling it as if they're part of a coordinated process within their villages. So that's something that we're doing on parallel to keep that local voice going and to have a reflection of that as we go forward with whatever we do. in our local zoning and input into the regional and statewide processes. But pulling back a little bit, what are some of those designations mean? The growth center designation, which actually pretty much covers most of the area that would be in the tier 1B. Currently, prior to the changes in 2024, we had exemptions predominantly for any projects that didn't fit within the typical Act 250 process of 10 units, 10 acres, or 10 parcels and requirements. We had an exemption, and because of the population, it actually went all the way up to 100 units. So this is actually, to a certain extent, a stepping back for us. That's unfortunate. We had a lot to say about that a little bit earlier in the stage process, but this is a statewide initiative. So, so we're actually not imposing more restrictions or less restrictions. We have a little bit of a center point there between state objectives and what we previously had, but to keep in mind that Act 250, for a lot of the development that we do, except for being a larger one, Act 250 does not kick in typically. And maybe Kyle can go through that a little bit more about what are those type of things. We have several from the past of large developments, but this actually brings the number of units development down a little bit from the growth center that was approved by the town many, many years ago, and we've had in place up until 24. So that in itself, I think, gives a reassurance, at least from my perspective, that we're not diminishing the local voice in the process here. We're actually increasing it a little bit more than what we may have had before, of when Act 250 would kick in if people wanted to have some of the protections of Act 250 on larger projects over 50 units. So I think that's I think it's a middle ground that's really kind of good. I hope that with the initiatives that we're working with at the local level with the villages, continuing on with what we're doing in those regards, that we'll continue to have that local voice. I think the other point to point out is that most of the development is going through our local planning process, and Act 250 doesn't kick in. So that, again, that's reassuring our local voice in that process, in our regulations, in our subdivision regulations, our zoning regulations, our flood zone regulations. We always have, there's a fine line there sometimes in terms of us reaching out to what's already prescribed at the state level. So I just wanted to point that out. The Planning Commission members were very involved in this. All of those meetings were open meetings that the public could participate in as we were going through the designation of the different recommendations from the Regional Planning Commission. It is a draft. It's not to say that it's final, but I just want to say that there was an open public meeting process that people could participate in at any time.
And just to add on to Lori's points, that if the town is opting in, this is a very narrow exemption. It's for housing developments that would trigger Act 250, above that 10 unit threshold, up to and including 50 units. It's not an exemption for any other type of development that would trigger Act 250. And it's not an exemption to local zoning or the requirement for wastewater and other permitting. So all of that permitting is still in place. It's just removing one of those additional potential hurdles to new housing that could occur. And there's already an exemption for right now. It's just interim.
I will want to add that there are a few points which you still don't agree with the Regional Planning Commission. It has mostly to do with the definitions for commercial development and whether or not retail is fitting in with their commercial development definition or not. That's an ongoing conversation we've had for several years. But for full disclosure, that is one of the main areas we probably continue to not agree with. So
yeah, That being said, it's different from the tier 1B decision because
Yes, it
that's
is
geared
different.
toward housing.
Yes, yes.
And so, and again, I'd like to reiterate that, we are looking for a decision in March, and we do have a resolution form we can send over. It's fairly straightforward. It's just, yes, we meet all these requirements, and just having sign off there, and then we can move forward because we have a pretty tight schedule with regional plan adoption.
Just logistical question, what is your deadline for action by the board?
Well, we're going.
We have meetings, for example, the 17th and the 31st of March.
The 31st would be fine. Yeah. Obviously, sooner would be better, but the 31st is fine.
Any other questions? Eric?
Madam Chair. Thank you, Kyle, for the presentation. And thank you for the comments, Tim. I had similar sentiments. I think, it makes sense to me that the RPC is optimizing at the regional level, and the Planning Commission should be optimizing at the town level. And so I was looking through this, expecting to see specific written recommendations from the Planning Commission. And I think I appreciate, sort of the exploration of what time do we have, because I would like to hear from the Planning Commission on this, and I would like to hear where there are points of tension, if any. So from a process perspective, it feels a little bit, I'm a little hesitant to put this on the floor and vote on it tonight. I think mostly it makes sense to me. But we did just have a holiday yesterday, so I asked some questions. I got responses back. Thank you, Lori. But it's all a little, I was trying to read them before this meeting in the 10-minute interval that I had to sit here. So I think it was a little crunched. One question I do have for you that I'm sure you can answer, Kyle, and I asked this in the email, Lori, and your response may have escaped me. But so if I understand the 10 VSA 6033, there's the section that you referenced earlier about the flood exclusion areas. So if you're doing infill, so basically if all the sections that are cross-hatched in the map are excluded, except if you're doing infill development. So you could, if I understand it correctly, you could have two parcels with a 10-acre parcel in between them in the flood zone and put 50 houses on that. And that meets the letter of the exception, or am I overcomplicating things here?
Yeah, the infill rule is very specific. I believe it has to be, infill is within 300 feet of two adjacent structures. So you've got structure here,
okay,
and less than 300 feet in between would count as infill. That is my broad brushstroke take on it. I don't work at DEC, and I don't come up with their decisions on what constitutes infill or not. And we also, since we don't make that map, we're not able to kind of take out those areas that don't meet infill or not. That's in the purview of A&R and DEC. But what we can do is say, if it does meet infill, this area is dense, it has a lot of development already. We think it belongs in the village center or a village area or a downtown center. We're not going to map it as a rural general or a rural future land use area simply because it has floodplain there. The idea being, if it can meet that infill rule, then maybe development could go there.
Okay, so the 300-foot restriction is helpful to understand, but it still sounds to me like we adopted these proposed tier 1B designations, we would waive Act 250 in the rare case that we have some infill that meets this technical definition of infill criteria. We waive Act 250 and develop in these areas that we already know are flood prone, right?
That the infill requirement applies to any development that would have to meet it if it's triggering Act 250. regardless of if it's tier 1B or not. So if the town doesn't opt into tier 1B, any development triggering Act 250 still has to meet that infill rule. It's there, that's what it is. And so, we have to work with the fact that that's a requirement. I don't know if that answers your question, but it certainly doesn't waive that infill requirement by.
Right, I'm
opting into
less
tier
focused on the infill than on the development in areas that we know are flood prone. Right, that's the flag for me, I think. Why would we continue to do that?
Right, and I don't think much development will go in those areas. There are flood hazard area regulations in place right now in town that would require that development meet a certain base flood elevation or be above the base flood elevation by a number of feet, and that it meets certain standards so that it's resistant to floodwaters and can withstand floodwaters. And that's at the local level. And then, at the Act 250 level, if you already have a lot of development there, it's likely not going anywhere. Like, we're not removing all that development to make way for more floodplain. It'd be like looking at Montpelier and saying, well, we're going to move the whole capital. That's not happening. And so if you can build safely as part of this infill criteria, then there's an allowance for that.
Okay, thank you.
Any question?
Make a comment.
Oh, you could go up to the mic,
Rivers.
please, and introduce yourself.
I'm Bruce Riddle. I'm Vice Chair of the Planning Commission. So I probably spent 6 or 7 hours going through those maps you were given. They are well done. They're by property boundary. No of those lines cross property boundaries. I submitted to the professional staff extensive comments because I'd like some parcels moved from one place to another place or this place. And there's disagreement about this. My big concern is protecting the river corridors, but Act 121, the Flood Safety Act, is about to impose upon the state regulation on flood corridors. That takes effect January 1st, 2028. There's stuff on the website. There's a briefing on this. This is a big effort to make this do it. We don't have a lot of choice but to take Tier 1B. We do not have the administrative capacity in this town to assume the administration of all the other stuff. You'd have to hire more staff, many more staff, with many more degrees. And we're not going to do that. So here we are. And I think we have enough regulation on the floodplain rules, riparian buffers, some other things that will wiggle through this. Okay. Some of this, there's no case law yet. So we're all going to have to wait for case law. And if you scan VT Digger, there are people already, lawyering up to take some of this to court. We're not going to have that here. I don't see that as an issue. We're just going to wiggle through it, and the town has sent a lot of commentary to Two Rivers, and we do disagree. I'm the liaison to Two Rivers, and we do vigorously disagree on many of these issues, and we will probably continuously to vigorously disagree on these issues.
Okay, Bruce.
Is now the time?
Yeah.
Hi, Kathy Melisek, Wilder, Vermont. Like Mr. Riddle, I also spent hours looking at these maps, and I was one of 4 members of the public who went to a really great presentation that Two Rivers did in the town hall when talking about all this. And one of the things that I brought up with that is, I know this is not a dialogue, not a debate, just one of the things that I brought up as an alert was, and as a resident of Wilder, I'm particularly protective with my neighbors of the historic character of the village. We welcome infill. We know there's a housing issue. We just are very concerned that it remain appropriate. We're also concerned that as the state is suggesting concentrating stuff in areas that have existing infrastructure, unlike Norwich, which conveniently doesn't have much. What is the state doing to help pay for this? You know, who's paying for the additional police that will be needed, the additional connections, the additional fire things, you know, support and all of that, especially since, again, our impact fees were suspended years ago. This, as our property taxes all continue to go up, this is a concern that I have with this. And thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Other questions from board members? Oh, Miranda?
Question, sorry if I'm missing this in the packet, but if we approve the tier 1B designations, that's forever? Or does it need to be renewed every so often?
It would be renewed every time the regional plan is subsequently. I think it is forever unless the town decides they want to do it. Or you know, the town plan expires and or you stop having zoning for one reason or another, then you know you no longer qualify. But yeah, that's my understanding of it. You know, this is still all fairly new, and we're still working out ironing out the wrinkles.
Thank you. Eric?
You said the town decides not to do it anymore. Can you elaborate on that?
I'm not sure what the kind of mechanisms are for, like, if you opt in, how you opt out. It's to me not clear in statute what that process looks like. But I'm pretty sure every 8 years when the regional plan is readopted, the town would have to subsequently, you know, opt back in. But again, the way the statute's written, it's just not all that clear. And so, yeah, we're still, but it's not like the town would be stuck in tier 1B forever.
So in that renewal process of the plan, you could potentially change designations. So let's say we opted into everything that's on the maps that you've provided. And then we decide we have a little bit of hesitation on some area. We have to wait 8 years and then we can adjust that potentially. Is that what you're?
There's an amendment. There's an amendment exception for, I think, up to or less than 10 acres. So it's where maybe some areas on the map should have been in or maybe shouldn't have been in. And so that's where it can be tweaked. It doesn't have to go through that adoption process 7 or 8 years down the road. It can happen in between.
Thank you.
Thank you. Randy, is there anything else? Okay. So my understanding is that it sounds like some of us want to wait until the 17th of March to make a decision. Is that or the 31st?
Well, and that would give me time to send over the resolution form.
Yeah,
That's what I was gonna say. We don't have a resolution yet.
Yeah.
So.
yeah. And you have a limited time, though, in which to.
Yeah, we're looking to have, for all the towns that qualify for tier 1B, to have a yay or nay by the end of March.
Okay. All right. So we don't need to address the recommendation at this time. Thank you, Kyle. Appreciate
you, Kyle.
the presentation. Thank you,
Thanks,
Lori.
Kyle.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lori. I think we should take a little bit of a break. For our next one, we're about 45 minutes off our schedule. So let's take about 6 minutes. Thank you.
Triggered my.
Okay, we're coming back to business, I'm sorry to say.
Okay, we are moving on to 5E, consider applying for VCDP grant funding for affordable housing project at 444 Sykes Mountain Avenue. Lori?
So I just want to sort of review a little bit where we were at the end of last meeting. The select board did have the public hearing at the end of the last, at our last meeting. And at the end of that section, you discussed and decided to close the public hearing and then proceed with the discussion. You had the discussion, and then at that time, you decided to continue on to this meeting, further discussion, and to determine whether or not you would go forth with an application for the VCDP grant for $1 million that would be going towards the property acquisition for a 48-unit affordable housing project. We went through the minutes and we looked at what the suggested approaches were, and from our perspective, we came up with that there were two areas that stood out from the select board's discussion. If for some reason we didn't quite capture it all, but you know, we went back and forth, and we saw from two items, which was the need for development of a comprehensive safety plan for 444 Sykes Mountain Avenue housing project. And we think that could be easily put as a component of this project going forth as part of the grant application. And then the second thing was more of that bigger, broader scale that some of the members, I think all of you were talking about, what do we start to use as a format and a structure going forward for any of our housing development projects that may be funded through a grant or not. So that would be really looking at a more regular formal communication process with rental property owners, public members, the town staff and the select board, and to establish a baseline for mutually agreed upon objectives where an exchange of information can occur and concerns can be raised and resolved in a timely manner. And this is because it's a broader community objective, that this would be something that wouldn't necessarily be a component of this grant application, but certainly could be an initiative that the select board wants to be putting forward in this broader context. So that's sort of where we ended up at the end of it from our read of it. You will notice in your packet, obviously, that there was additional information included as was requested. We brought in the project description, and I apologize for that not getting to you until today. It is the draft grant application. There are some more filling in the document that would be needed if this went forward. Also attached is some additional information from Twin Pines Housing Trust. I think there was also something from BlackRock Incorporate, I think is their title, but there's the principal development of the 192 parcels, and then still the current owner of this 48 unit. And I did see some things come across my desk that I was copied on, but it went to the select board, and that may have been passed on to you as well. But I don't have that as part of my document. So on that, I'll just hand it over to the select board and how you'd like to proceed.
Madam Chair, sorry. I just wanted to say a couple things about this. I was glad to see that Twin Pines is open to working with police and fire on the city plan. I think that would be important for this project. And also that, we continue to make sure tenants, concerns heard, and there's a forum for that, and that we do the best we can to take care of issues that they're having. And it does sound like, Twin Pines is amenable to that. So I do think that's important. I think that this project, it's what, 48 units, but approving this unlocks an additional 192 units market rates. That's 240 units going online in an area which I think is very good for it. I just drove past that area tonight. It's in a good location. There's already development around that area. It's, you know, it's close to services. So I think just, you know, however we end up approaching this, I would vote in favor of approving the submittal of the grant application. You know, as long as we have assurances that there'll be a safety plan, and we continue to think about how best we can serve our tenants in Hartford. Because I know it's very difficult when you've got a bad neighbor. I know what it's like, and you know, and I think that is important to balance these things. You know, the comfort and safety of our tenants and the town, along with trying to meet some of the demand. We have a huge demand for affordable any housing in this area. Really, you know, you see it like, you know, I work at the college, so people there, they drive down from St. Johnsbury, everybody gets pushed farther and farther out. I think it's important for people to be able to live in the community where they work or near where they work. And I think it's a good project. I'm aware of the concerns, and I think that we can work to eliminate that. So I would be in support of voting to submit the grant.
Okay, thank you. Thank
you, Madam Chair. Wait, so as Lori reviewed, we had the public hearing and then we asked Twin Pines to put forth a proposal. Mr. Winter and the organization wrote a proposal that was included in the public materials for the packet today. And anyone can review that and see what was brought forth to the board. The tone of the response, I will be honest, was quite confusing to me. And I'll say that I'm a research scientist. I'm a health services research scientist, and my expertise, my area of interest and my research is collaboration between cross-sector collaboration between the healthcare industry and the social service industry, and how do those services collaborate to provide needed services for people that, you know, need social services as well as healthcare. And the more I thought about this, I just thought of the relevance of that to this situation where we're talking about a cross-sector collaboration. We're talking about a housing developer and collaboration, or this is what I'm interested in talking about, collaboration with social service providers. And the promise of a safety plan is not sufficient for me to feel confident in supporting this application. And I want to be clear that my vote no, if it comes to a vote, is not a vote against housing. I know we need housing in this community. Everybody knows that. And I believe that Twin Pines can and will and has the capacity to rise to the occasion to make this project happen. And there are future funding cycles that this grant will, you know, future opportunities. So I believe that that is possible. And the response did not make me think that there is currently the commitment to deep cross-sector partnership that I think is needed to shift the model. So we are addressing tenant concerns and the community concerns as a whole about how this is working. And so for me, specifically, what that would mean, I gave you some ideas, and the response that we're already doing this is not sufficient for me. And what I would like to see is to go beyond what I wrote in my email to you, a plan that involves Twin Pines, the Hartford Police, the Hartford Fire, and importantly, the 5 organizations that you work with. So the Haven, the VA, HCRS, Listen, and Wise, to co-collaborate on the plan and include letters of support from each of those organizations saying, we helped with this plan, we believe in this plan, we think it makes sense, we're experts in this, we know Twin Pines has a role, they're the developer, they're not the social service providers, therefore we're willing to collaborate, partner in these ways, and we're in support. That would give me a lot of confidence that Twin Pines is trying to shift their model in a way that works better for tenants and for the community as a whole. And I don't know, it doesn't have to be you, Andrea. I don't know if there's another person in your organization that might be positioned to guide that process and developing that plan. But yeah, once again, that's what it would take at this point for me to feel like I can fully support this. And to reiterate, I'm not in any way against housing. I'm grateful that we have an organization like Twin Pines that is taking this on. It's incredibly challenging. Because I work in the area of cross-sector collaboration, I know how challenging it is. And I know that means that careful planning and intention and partnership is extremely important.
Thank you, Ida.
Madam Chair, may I
Yes.
address some of those issues? And I really appreciate that. And
Introduce himself.
yeah, sorry. Thank you. Andrew Winter, Executive Director at Twin Pines. And I'm sorry that, I appreciate the fact that you felt like I hadn't put enough into the response that I gave you around those collaborations and what's involved. And maybe I don't want to put Will on the spot, but the Haven is an active participant in those conversations, as well as HCRS. I am always looking at new opportunities for collaboration. And so by example, after our last meeting, I sat down with folks at Population Health at DH. They are going to be embedding a community health worker at the Upper Valley Haven. That person who will be there 20 hours a week will also, we've got to put an MOU in place, but we'll also be working at 747. Again, another opportunity to work with another partner to try to make sure that we're addressing issues there, whether they're mental health, whether they're addiction, to make sure that we're trying to do it. So, I appreciate what you were saying. Again, this is continued, the work will continue across sectors and with multiple partners because it has to. And so I appreciate that. And I wanted to share that with you, that, we're focused on those collaborations and would certainly be happy to include those types of collaborations in any safety plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Miranda?
Yeah, this is a hard one. I will say I was also a little disappointed in the response and in what was presented in the packet today. I went back and watched the meeting again. I know it had been a long, arduous meeting. And we heard some really vulnerable testimony from our community members who were directly affected by this. So I wanted to go back and see what we had talked about. And it felt like we had made an ask for something tied to the grant that is a piece of accountability, right? Twin Pines would come back to us in a year, talk to us about what they've been working on. Obviously, the development likely would not be complete, but addressing some of the issues that tenants had raised, and potentially addressing some of the things in the strategic plan. I know that this strategic plan is aspirational, and that's in a nonprofit organization, you lose funding, things fall through, you're not able to focus on some of the things you set out to. But it is a public facing document that we were able to look at and say oh, okay, great, you have these goals. What if we just talked about these? Without putting any onus on coming up with metrics or making you be accountable to this grant money in any other way, just by your own creation. And so to me, it kind of feels without any any reporting tied to this grant, without any actual tangible way to check back and hold you accountable to some of the things that tenants brought up and to be a better community partner with the town. I don't know that I can support this. I do appreciate the safety plan. I think that's something that's really important. I think that is a big factor in this. But I think without that even being written yet, this is just we will do this at some point. It's not very tangible. I also don't think that the select board having a formal communication process with Twin Pines and tenants is the answer either. right, the select board has a lot of meetings, and I don't know that we have the capacity to host something like that. And that feels like a property manager's responsibility. And so that could be something, right, that could be what the check-in process is a year from the grant, is giving us an update on some of those formal communication processes that you have with tenants. But I don't know that the select board would need to be a part of that plan. I know I suggested like a task force, and that was kind of more so around, I think kind of finding, if we weren't going to be using the strategic plan goals, then creating our own goals. Yeah, and so I think it's just really hard for me to like support this without any actual tangible thing that I can like look at the community members and say like, hey, we're working on this. I can hope that something will get better because we put this in place and we tied it to the funding. If we don't have anything like that, then right, we're just kicking the can down the road and people are going to feel frustrated and unheard. And I feel like that's a big piece of what, yeah, a lot of our like disconnect of trust with community members and select board is feeling unheard. And I don't want to add to that. And I, like Ida mentioned, right, there's more opportunities for this funding. And I don't also feel like a vote no today is a no for housing, because I appreciate housing. I think it's a no to a lack of collaboration and lack of accountability. And I also don't think that, I mean, Andrew, you can maybe speak to this, but I don't think that $1 million grant is going to make or break this project. I definitely would like to support it if the town could, but we should be accountable to our community members.
Yeah, I think, let me address a couple things. One, I should be very clear that $1 million could make or break this deal. Not just this deal, but the other 192. And I tried to provide some clarity around that by getting a letter from BlackRock. Part of the issue is around the Act 250 exemption. If our project doesn't proceed, then they've got to go through Act 250, and that may be such that it pushes them to not being able to pursue the project. Part of the issue that we are grappling with is $1 million. It sounds like a small request when you talk about it in the context of a $24 million, $26 million housing project. And from a percentage perspective, it is. But it's a significant additional request that if it's not coming from this program, from VCDP and the Community Development Block Grant, then it's going to go to VHCB. VHCB is a state housing quasi-public agency that allocates money to affordable housing, both rental and ownership, and to conservation. And we're already asking them for a big chunk of change. And when I met with them on Friday, talking about trying to brainstorm sort of how we approach this, what's the best path forward, they were very clear that like that $1 million, that may be just a bridge too far, and this project may go by the wayside. So I appreciate the sentiment. I think one of the things that I did with after the meeting was also sit down with VCDP and say, hey, give me some ideas. What have you done elsewhere? What have you seen elsewhere? And the staff said the closest analogous situation they could come up with was, well, we once had a project that was in a floodplain, or a portion of the site was in a floodplain, and we did require an evacuation plan. So again, not to be coy about this, but what I'm trying to say is this is an unusual request, and maybe you feel like it needs to be unusual. You heard from several residents. I gave you 10 letters. I know, you asked me, Miranda, to reach out to residents. We got those letters that talked about the importance of this housing and about the importance of the housing that we provide. And I understand we are not going to get everybody to say, I love Twin Pines. I'm not asking everybody to say that, but I am asking for a fair shake. And I do think that we do a good job for the vast majority of residents. And I have talked about some of the challenges at 747. I've been very clear about them. I apologize. I turned to the residents. I didn't pull a Pam Bondi. I turned to the residents and said, I'm sorry for the hurt and the discomfort, and we're on it. We're evicting people. We're working with the Hartford Police Department. They haven't always been able to give us the support that we need. And that's not to disparage them. That is simply to say they've got limited resources, and we're bound by state law that other landlords may not choose to apply. So we're going to work to try to make it easier to evict people. We're doing that. I was talking about it before the legislature on Friday. I'm committed to working through these issues at 747 and working through the issues to be a better organization. And I'm sorry that, I'm hearing you. You don't feel like I've been a good collaborator, and that's on me. That's my responsibility. And I accept that. And, I know that my staff has tried to work through the hard start process and work with the police department on things. Those meetings have not always been as productive as we would like, but my staff has also said, we're willing to give it another try. The police department has said, we're willing to give it another try because we think that that's an opportunity for more of a collaboration. So I hear you. Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up? Yes. I guess I'm wondering, I know that VCDP has said that, maybe they're not familiar with any of these like types of stipulations being tied to this grant specifically. But I'm wondering like how often, right, because I work in the nonprofit field too, and like if we get a $5,000 check, the expectation is that we report back, even if it's not like a formal report, but that we send an email and say like, your money contributed to the things we did this year, here are the things that we did. And so I feel like this is not that large of an ask. So I would like to hear what you think about like that.
So Lori's memo touched on this topic, but it's worth bearing. We do report, annually to the town. And if you want to have a hearing and talk about it, and frankly, if you say, can you come in and tell us how things are doing in terms of tenant satisfaction and the survey and our annual surveys, I'm always happy. I love the job that I have. It's a hard job and it's getting harder. But I love the job, and I love getting up in the morning and trying to go out and make the world a better place by providing housing for residents who might not otherwise have that opportunity. It is meaningful work. It is important work, and and I'm happy to talk about it. So if that is important for you, Miranda, and for the other members of the board, I'm happy to come and find another way to meet and talk about what we're doing and how we're doing and where we're, what our challenges are and how we can work collaboratively better together.
Lori, can I ask a question to Lori? What? Can I ask a question to Lori? Sure. Lori, do you have what the annual report looks like or what it entails? Because I did see that in the notes, but it said like the town does it. So then I was confused on.
So I think we want to split it up into two separate columns. There's the application process, and then there's once the funds have been expended, then there is an annual report that also goes forth with that. So during the course of the grant, there are certain benchmarks, like it may be a quarterly report. It's called a progress report during the course of it. So it could be a quarterly, it could be every 6 months, and it could, that's typically how it works. I don't usually think it's usually either quarterly or every 6 months. And I need to report on what the progress is. So if there are certain benchmarks that are supposed to be met or certain deadlines, those are things that are written into it. So say, for example, they have to do their environmental review. Where are they in the progress? Expending dollars and so forth. So those are things that I would do. Once a project is complete, and this is a one-time event, so their completeness may come earlier in the process development than at the very end. Then there's annual reports that we do put in. Typically, those are financial, but again, if there are specific requirements that need to be met over and above that requirement that need to be reported on for 5 years, then those are things that we would be reporting on. So if you're looking at it from the perspective of how do you attach some kind of an agreement to this, I asked the same questions, and it is a little different thing. We're going to have to figure it out ourselves. You know, and maybe there's some models out there that they can find from other communities, but I think if there are certain things that you as a board want to be in place prior to release of the dollars for use of the $1 million, you know, for the $1 million for the acquisition, that would be part of the progress reports that would have to be reported on every 3 months or every 6 months. So, and the safety plan is an example. Let's just take that as one example, is that could be a condition of them being able to, you know, open progress, that having the building open or something like that. It could be tied to as a condition of receiving the dollars. I think in order for us to have something that's a good solid thing, time is needed to put that together. I will be very candid with you that the time is running out for this particular project. So that's why if you can tie it into somewhere along the implementation timeline, then we could look into that as an option, as a condition. The other one, I think, to speak to some of the items that you talked about, Miranda, when I wrote this up, it really was thinking about this broader thing of goals and objectives that you as a board said you wanted to have some concrete things put in place. You may decide that there's a liaison that would be part of a working group, or that they would report back to you periodically as well. But it was my understanding that the board really wanted to be part of setting up that initial framework, and then it would be handed over to a more long-term entity to report back to the board on, rather than it being something that you would need to be involved in on a regular basis.
Thank you for that.
So just that was the kind of the vision I had of how this could work, but that it was critical to have the board involved in that initial objective and goal setting process, because it's what you would want them to be reporting out on. And it wouldn't just be Twin Pines or this particular property. It would be, we know that we're experiencing similar situations, perhaps at other ones that are not funded through a grant, which actually in reality has much tighter, you know, reporting processes around it. But that there are other, this is something that unfortunately communities are experiencing pretty broadly. And I know that the police department is looking into models that they're seeing about community engagement around rental properties. That Brattleboro has done something. Some things are being done in Montpelier, you know, other things in Burlington. You know, can we learn from them about their successes and maybe help that form this broader context of how do we work within the context of a community engagement and cross services entities to bring into play a structure that is going to be creating it as you go along to a certain extent, but that's through a feedback process and a large community engagement that we could come up with something, at least to start us off with. That I think is going to take more time and is broader than this application, but is a critical point going forward for this application and any other community ones in the future. So being successful. So that's kind of where we were coming from. I don't know if it really hit on all the spots, and I thoroughly appreciate the concerns and the objectives that you're trying to address and what we've heard in the community. But
may I address that? I mean, I appreciate you trying to put some structure around that. And again, I know I can commit myself and my staff to participating fully in whatever process that you and the select board come up with in terms of how that conversation might work and what kind of accountability you're looking for. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Still the select board can structure it so that the board can have discussion and then we can.
I don't know if he's responding to, are you responding, Bruce, to the board, to Twin Pines?
To the board.
But he's not a select board member.
No,
And we're not in
no,
public comment yet.
So I've been on the planning,
Yeah, it's,
That's like a point of order, actually.
Okay.
If we're only the select board comments part, you should have to wait till public comment.
Bruce, would you like to wait?
I can wait.
All right, thank you. I didn't see any hands up here, so, okay, Tim?
Yeah, this is a tough one. One thought I had was, I may be the only one in the room that loves Act 250, what it's done for Vermont, but one of the criteria in Act 250 is impact on town services. And I think, we have to acknowledge that in an ideal world, this grant, I think, would almost be a click through because we would have already done our work. And I think that we as a town have to own our own missteps to this point, to be fair to Twin Pines and your work and all the work that led to this. I really truly believe that we probably have growing pains going on here, and we've missed the opportunity to establish regulation, protocol, and oversight that's sound for our town. And so we're kind of backpedaling a little bit here, and it feels awkward to me, honestly, being on this board. And I'm torn. I came into this meeting very torn about this issue because I think that I think we do need more housing. I think we need to continue to grow as a town, but I also think that obviously we need to be accountable to, providing housing that has good health to it and also contributes to our economic development. So, I'm a little lost on that, but I think that unfortunately, we really have to kind of get on it as a town and as a select board and town staff to establish solid overlays that really deal with this in a more coherent fashion, because this feels like backpedaling to me. I feel like we're far enough down the road with this particular project process that it would feel awkward to me to reject what they need to make this project work. So that's kind of where I am right now on this. And yet I feel like we sometimes take too long to do our work. And I would really like us to be more aggressive on getting I personally think we need an entire landlord tenant overlay in this town that really monitors and regulates it in a way that's coherent for everyone and is fair. And we're big enough and that we should have it. And yes, it's going to cost money. And yes, it's going to be a headache to establish it, but I think we need it. So that's what I was thinking.
Okay. And Eric, did you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I appreciate your comments, Tim, in respect to, it feels like we should have done some homework before. But it seems as though we've come upon new information. This application came before the board March 18th. And the tenor and tone was completely different. So yeah, we can't anticipate everything, right? So we have to adapt to emergent behaviors, emergent situations, and that is awkward. And we've got to work through where we are. I guess for me, there's a spectrum with on one hand, just denying the grant application, and on the other end, saying an unconditional yes. And neither of those, to me, is a win for all parties involved. To me, there's middle ground, and that's what we were trying to do in the past 2 weeks, was find that middle ground, find some space in there. And actually tonight, I think we've made, in the last 15 minutes or however long we've been discussing it, we've potentially made more progress on finding that middle ground than we did in the 2 weeks prior. And maybe that was the board's fault for not properly setting up or communicating, but it doesn't really matter. What it matters is that I came into this meeting not sure if Twin Pines was also interested in finding the middle ground, but I think what I'm hearing is yes, there's willingness to find the middle ground. And so, like, how do we do that? So we've got some ideas, but it seems like there's a lot of fluidity. What's included, the proposal included in the packet, is high level enough to just not give me any sense of assurance that we're doing something productive. So what I started to think about really was this assumption that we have to make a decision tonight. The grant process is a rolling process, but there aren't deadlines. There are what do they call it? Target dates. Thank you. There are target dates that you meet in order to have your application before the board on a certain date, and the board dates are set. And so the March 2 one is the March 2 target date is setting up a review in June. So a couple observations. One is that in the guidelines for the applications, they state specifically or clearly that there are rare instances where applications are submitted after the target date and can still meet the June deadline or whatever the deadline for the board hearing is. This application has already been through some part of this process. I don't know how far along it got or whether that helps or not. But I want us to give ourselves flexibility here and make sure we're moving through this properly, rather than trying to come up to build this thing on the fly and make a decision tonight. Do we have opportunity? And so that's one area. The second, so in other words, if you're setting up for a board meeting on the 9th, if you slide 2 weeks and the grant application is, instead of March 2, it's March 16th or whatever, how does that jeopardize the process? We may not have an answer to that, but what I'm saying is, by reading the guidelines for applications, it doesn't sound like it's out of the question. Another option is we try to stick with the March 2 deadline and pull together a group that can hammer out some details and set up a special meeting for the board. It's a tight time frame. It's a bad time because we've got town meeting and a transition coming up, but it's not impossible. A couple of delegates from Twin Pines, a couple of delegates from the board, a couple of delegates from staff, maybe some of the service providers in town, coming up, sitting down in a room together and just figuring out what would work, and then coming back to the board with a proposal. That's a tight time frame, perhaps not realistic. And the last point on sort of the sense that we have time and we owe ourselves time for good decision making is that the guidance says if a board meeting is missed, that there's a next one no more than 5 months later. So I don't know what sort of ripple effects that has through multiple projects, but my feeling is that it's better to go into this in a structured fashion and understand what we as a town are asking for and what Twin Pines is committing to, and do our homework before just plowing ahead. Thank you.
So I'm sorry, may I just offer a suggestion in response to the issue that you raised, Eric? And that is, applications are accepted at a certain time of the year, and if we miss that deadline, there is no guarantee that it will be accepted for the June board meeting. That said, one suggestion I had was using the June board meeting as a date by which everything gets worked out, so that Lori, when she shows up to that June board meeting, can say, we've worked and we've come up with a plan over March, April, May, in time for the June board meeting. So setting it forth now as a condition so that Lori's in a position where she could say, we've got an acceptable plan when she shows up at the board meeting. Again, that's a suggestion. The challenge is that, so we didn't get funded last year. In part because there's a lot of applications and there are limited dollars for CDBG. I'm going to look to Bill and see if he remembers how many dollars they've got statewide, but it's maybe. So part of it is that if you miss it, it's not as if there's a bucket of money at the end. They may have a subsequent meeting, but it sort of throws everything off for at least a year. Which brings other challenges as well. So just a suggestion that maybe using the June meeting as a time and setting that as a sort of deadline for us to get this something that's acceptable to the town as part of any award.
Ashley?
Yeah, I guess I would echo what Ida and Miranda and Eric have said, which is that, you know, it has been frustrating that the last 2 weeks haven't been spent developing this plan that we're now talking about being willing to develop. But that my understanding from the response in the board packet was that basically that your board of directors and yourself felt that it was not within the select board's purview or right to ask for such information. And it really frustrated me. And I also felt, you know, the piece in your response about Hartford not supporting your ongoing operating budget is kind of like, yeah, it kind of came off in a bad way when there are more Twin Pines properties in Hartford than I think any other town in the Upper Valley. I think we've been super willing and excited to work with Twin Pines, and I think we've shown that through the dedication of our zoning department and variances that we have granted. So yeah, I'm not gonna lie, like this response kind of, for me, like perpetuated this disconnect that's happening where, you know, we're saying we want to help fix this problem and you're saying there's not a problem here. So that's how your response read to me.
Yeah, and again, I'm sorry that it read that way. I mean, what I think the point I was making, trying to make maybe awkwardly, was that Hanover, we have 118 units. Lebanon got a couple hundred units. They're all putting money into Twin Pines to help support the operations of our resident supportive services program, which I know you all value. And that was my point, is like they're actually putting ongoing operating dollars, which have a direct benefit to everybody who lives in our housing, who gets the benefit of resident supportive services.
And have you come before this board to request funds for that?
I'm sorry?
Have you come before this board
haven't.
to request funds for that?
I haven't. And it was an observation, and maybe I should. And maybe there, you know, I mean, again, you know, if I haven't, maybe I should. And I hope that you'll receive that invitation or that request, you know, with appreciation. But I will say, I don't think I have come here, and I've really tried hard not to come here and say, I don't see that we've got an issue. I know at 747, there's an issue.
But we're not just talking, to be clear, I'm as a board member, not just talking about 747.
And I understand that there are, you know, other folks who showed up, you know, who had, you know, issues that they felt like you should be paying attention to. And I appreciate those issues. And I, you know, my staff and I spend a lot of time trying to resolve issues as they arise in all of our properties. And so, again, I'm not here to say I'm batting 100 or batting 1,000. In fact, you know, I've been quite clear that there are things that we've worked on and that we're working on and will continue to work on to try to be better at. So
Just responding would be nice.
So
I wanna, I guess for the rest of my comment, I wanna shift, that's a good segue into my concerns about the effects that that Twin Pines properties and presumably the new property will have and are having on our public safety budget. It really like pains me to see what is kind of like a age-old approach of attracting low-income people, highly vulnerable people to housing areas or to services, and then responding with policing. We know that this is not an effective model, that you cannot police the poverty out of a population. You cannot police the drug addiction out of a population. You cannot evict a drug addiction out of a population. And when I hear the only response is that we're trying to evict people and we're trying to arrest people, I'm not saying we don't, that those pieces don't have a role at all, but I'm not hearing how the town can support or how other social service agencies can support in deploying more services. I think what a lot of us are looking for is a comprehensive plan with many collaborators to deploy more social services to your tenants, to evade the need or redirect the need for police presence. Because yeah, I can predict that in budget cycle, the HPD is gonna come back to us and they're gonna request more patrol officers again, like they did this year. And we're dumping a lot on their lap. They don't have the means. There's not a great system for them to solve this problem. So yeah, I guess that's kind of where I'm coming from, is like, I know that if we approve this grant and we don't see a structural change to the model that's being used right now for the property management, we are going to have to fund police to ruin people's lives.
So if I can just address the issue of, I think one of the things that I'm excited about with the community health worker is it does give us another model to engage with folks at 747 in particular. And again, I'm not saying that's the only place where we have our challenges, but I'm going to say it's the one where we're facing the biggest eviction issues in right now. And the hope is that if we bring some of those services directly to folks, that it gives another avenue to get people into treatment. I do think that there's activities going up there that make it really hard for folks who are struggling with recovery. We heard from one person. And so it is a balancing test, and I may not get it right. I'm going to try to get it right. I do think that more services is probably going to be part of the tools that we need. So thank you.
Before I let Mike or Bruce Riddle talk, I haven't had a chance to say anything, so I'm just gonna bring in my 2 cents. I have some concerns that we focus sometimes on so much of the negative things that are going on that we don't see the good things that are going on. And what I see is, a lot of people were talking about some drug issues and about policing. And I keep going back to, we got a handout sheet from Amy Wunderlich, the data analyst, who talked about the incidences during January. And there are 2 things that, 2 people, the Amy Wunderlich handout and also Officer Fernari. And that we have to be careful. Officer Fernari said he had not seen an unusual demand for service at Twin Pines, Hartford Avenue, or Riverwalk apartment complexes. Based on our data, the number of calls for service at these addresses is consistent with what we would expect for a multi-unit residential property. And then the Amy Wunderlich ones, the data analyst said, quote, "These responses reflect a range of call types and officer actions, many of which were routine or administrative in nature. Some calls were initiated out of concern for residents and do not indicate criminal behavior. There was one asterisk that the call was for, the comment was about drugs. And then there was the asterisk, if you looked at it, it didn't have anything to do with the drugs. What it was were some people who were not residents trying to get into the community. So I have to look at this and say, okay, there's a lot of concern. I'm not saying that there aren't drugs, and I'm not saying that there aren't concerns, but a lot of those are wellness checks, administrative, other issues that are going on. And I know that Andrew answered this in his comments in the agenda packet, but I happen to go to a congregation that has one of the board members from Twin Pines. And he said, and I think Andrew related this, that there is an annual survey that goes out. 94%, you can say, some people can say, nope, it's not true. But he said 94% of people are happy. They like their community, they like living in the Twin Pines residences. And as everyone has said, we need housing. In fact, in the last 4 months, I've had 3 women that I know of who have come up to me and talked to me about saying, one who lives with a son who has disabilities, she needs to get into affordable housing. There's no other way. Right now, the only way she's living with someone is she's taking care of a woman with Alzheimer's who is becoming increasingly angry and difficult to work with. And so I just, you know, I have a hard time. I know that, you know, Andrew has approved, as Mike has said, of a safety plan. I think that's a step. I think it's another step that Andrew has presented, that he, you know, has this embedded person from DH who is going to be in the Haven, who is going to work in 747. I just, I'm just afraid that if we don't do some of this, our town is going to suffer in another way. If there isn't housing, we're going to have more people on the streets again, more homeless people. So that's a concern I've had. I appreciate what Ida said about bringing in other people. I appreciate what Miranda has said. I appreciate everything everybody has said. But I do believe that Twin Pines has heard everything and is moving. The fact that he's gotten somebody from DH this quickly shows to me that there is an effort being made to do these things. It does, you know, it's not gonna happen overnight, but it can happen. So from my perspective, I would approve of the housing with the safety and with ongoing help that is going to increase tenant safety, tenant satisfaction. That's all I can say. So, and Mike had a question, I think.
It's a process question for Lori. So if we approve this grant and the money the grant's awarded, we still have authority over it, right? Is that right? Like we can add conditions before it's released to Twin Pines or not? I thought you would say that.
Well, I think those are things that you could speak to. I think the recommendation that Andrew put forth gives a buffer of time so that by the time it gets to the board, and it probably would need to be actually a little bit before that, because by the time you get to the board, they really do want to see all the information. But it could build in that necessary time period so that we could, I don't know what his intent was there, but we would have a safety plan put in place, and maybe the structure that Miranda and Ida and Ashley were speaking, or Eric as well, as everybody's really talking about, what would that structure be to going beyond just this particular parcel, but for the broader community.
So we could approve it so that they can get moving on it. But ultimately, we still have control over it.
Well, I mean, it really comes down to the point is if they don't meet the deadline, you don't go forward with the grant. Because the grant gets awarded and then you have to actually accept the grant.
Yeah, I'm
So
just trying to see if there's a way where we can just take the technical step of allowing the application, buying some time so they can get the application in and then we still have some authority to ask them for a safety plan and other things that we've talked about tonight.
Right, because once you get the grant award, you have to go through an actual board acceptance of the award.
Okay, so we would still have our authority, so we could say, yeah, go ahead, and we're not really giving up our power over the grant money. Okay, thank you.
Brandon?
I have a comment and then a suggestion that I think I would be more comfortable with moving forward, and I wanted to hear the rest of the board things. I will say, Mary, I do appreciate like the positive, right? Like, I don't think Twin Pines is bad. I don't think that you're inherently evil organization or like are doing anything to purposely have negative relations with tenants. That is so obvious. You're trying to do good work, and it is very appreciated. I think by everyone in the town, even if there are frustrations. I will say, right, like the 94% that we're talking about is of 30% of tenants. And so, and you know, someone reached out and sent the survey and was like, well, you had to turn the survey in with your rent, so it was tied to your housing. And if you wanted to be entered to win a gift card, you had to put your name down. And so, right, they're like, that can create some bias in a survey. And then with the DH position, I was in a meeting a couple weeks ago, so that had been in the works already. So, yeah, so I do appreciate like, and I also will say, Eric, thank you for pointing that out too. I feel like I definitely think based on like the things I was like, right, the agenda packets and stuff, I was like, it felt like there was not a willingness to collaborate. But what I hear is that there potentially is. And so I have a suggestion on how we can maybe collaborate. And I think, so basically, I think there's two things. One would be establishing a temporary task force made up of a select board liaison, Twin Pines tenants, community members, and Twin Pines staff. Oh, and social service providers, with the focus of better community relations and tenant satisfaction that meets monthly, reports to the board every 6 months for 2 years, and then its existence is revisited at the end of that 2 years. And a safety plan created in conjunction with Twin Pines staff, HPD, fire department, HCRS, Haven, VA, other service providers, that is due before the June board meeting. And if these things haven't been started, then we essentially would pull the application from the June board meeting. Or we could do it before the disbursement of funds or before the acceptance of funds. I feel like those things feel like tangible ways to move forward, hopefully address some community concerns and also allow housing to happen in our community. I don't know how the board feels about it. I don't know how Andrew feels about it. I don't know how staff feel about it. But it's just throwing it out as an idea.
Okay. Andrew, do you want to respond to that?
Thank you, Ashley, for that opportunity. I think that sounds like a reasonable a plan. I particularly would appreciate setting maybe the June deadline for getting the safety plan sort of ironed out and done, recognizing that the town ultimately retains control. I mean, you know, we're asking you to submit an application on our behalf for the federal funds. And so to the extent that, you know, we're not getting there on the safety plan, then, you know, Lori would simply say the town's not there and we're withdrawing the application, which you have the right to do. And then establishing the task force with a focus on sort of tenant satisfaction and relations, meeting monthly for for 2 years, and then you can revisit. And that's the second request. Yeah. Okay.
And it doesn't even have to include, right? Maybe, I know task forces are not intended to be permanent features. So maybe it's existence, is it revisited? You know, we have to have we cannot have oversight of Twin Pines forever on $1 million grant. So I'm willing to yeah.
Well, I appreciate what you're trying to get, which is have some teeth in it so that you're able to hold me and my staff and others who may be involved in the process accountable. So, you know, again, I appreciate, so happy to participate in it, happy to, you know, meet regularly. And I think I probably would just need you to say a little bit more, maybe to be figured out by the full board, as to who else you want sort of participating in that process. So.
Yeah.
Just to go back to kind of the concept that, you know, Hartford maybe isn't used to these sort of large scale projects. And it's just striking to me that, I'm not suggesting that this would be a cure to all of our ills, but why in a project of scale, like how many units are in Riverwalk?
So there are 42 units in Riverwalk, there are
so
40 units at Mountain Vale.
Okay, and we're shooting for 48 up on the hill. So I don't know, it seems like you get to a certain scale of housing where on-site management makes a heck of a lot of sense. Somebody who is watching the property, managing the property, a lot of these issues and challenges that we see here, I'm not saying they're simple or easy, but it seems like some of them could be cured by a highly effective on-site management duty, if you will, for security, oversight, follow-up, and so on. Because what I'm seeing, the blowback that I'm getting seems to speak to a lot of that. Like, well, nobody's here responding to this issue, being aware of this issue, and dealing with this issue. So, you know, whether we ultimately at Hartford create an overlay that says, like, if you're going to create more than X number of units of housing, that you need some type of solid management overlay, it seems like perhaps a reasonable goal further down the road. We don't have it now, but it just seems like we're kind of running into a problem with scale and what that needs to look like. And maybe, you know, that's something that I think we should be thinking about.
I saw in the packet Andrew's explanation that jeopardizes your funding to have an on-site resident manager, correct?
Yeah, so one of the issues that we're trying to navigate is that Act 250 exemption. And so we have to have all 48 units be affordable at or below 80% of the area median. So what we would need to do is find the one person who's willing to be a resident manager, ideally without, you know, maybe they'd likely be not, you know, they'd likely be a single individual and who would want that job. And so that's a little bit of a challenge that I was just trying to get at for why in this particular situation, it would actually create an additional financial gap as well as, you know, given the Act 250 requirements creates an issue there. I'm not, you know, I will say from my perspective, it's a fine idea. We did, you know, with Mountain Vale, which was a different kind of project. We were taking existing hotel and making it into workforce housing. Bill was the project manager on that. And so we didn't have the state had more money because it was COVID era. So we were able to tap into one-time money from the feds to help with that and solve that financing gap that I mentioned. And two, we didn't have the overlay, the Act 250 requirement. So we were able to add a resident manager there. So not adverse to it as a concept on a go-forward basis.
Madam Chair?
Yes, I think we have, yes.
Yeah, I was going to say that I have reasonable level of comfort with the Hoyt-Dupree e-brake suggestion. So we have two opportunities, one with the board meeting in June, and two with the disbursement of funds with which to assure ourselves that we have a framework and some conditions in place that serve the best interests of the town of Hartford. So having sort of that level of comfort, I wonder if we take some public comments, because I know there are people in the room that want to speak, and then transition to just putting this thing on the floor, because it feels like we might be there.
Can I ask one question before we do that?
Yep.
I'm just wondering, maybe, I don't know who wants to answer this. Who would be kind of the facilitator to implement such task force? Would that be like something the planning department would support the board in, or is that something that we would just we would have a conversation, select 2 or more people or whatever structure we want, and then we do it? Do we have to create like an ad hoc committee? I'm just curious structurally in municipal government, how that would work.
Can we just create like a task force, like we do a committee? Just put it on as a motion, there's a task force that wants to do this.
Well, we did that with respect to the Bugby Center, for example. But I think that would also be governed by the open meeting law.
Yep.
So there would be that requirement.
It does seem that there does need to be either a department or an individual that's kind of heading this up.
Right.
I'm not necessarily volunteering for that, but it does seem to be the natural transition, given our involvement and knowledge of how the process works with the state. And then what would be helpful is if we take the leadership and at least the organizational process for that, get the information from the select board in terms of who they feel that they would like to have on it. I think it would be helpful to get, that put in place and then if you had particular clear, we've had some discussions here about what you would like it to include. It's a little bit unclear to me whether or not it's broader than just Twin Pines properties.
Yeah.
My thought is that it should be broader than that because we're really talking about putting in place things that regardless of what the funding sources are, recognizing that there may be challenges of this nature at any rental property. So if we want to start working towards a structure for that, and then what are the things that you feel are critical to have by certain deadlines that we've spoken about? And that could be something, we can say clearly the safety plan has to be done by this date, but other benchmarks that you want to have along the way. And that may be something we'd have to come back to you with, give you time to think about it. But at least, some of the particulars, but those would be the things. And I'd say our department would be willing to take a leadership role in trying to organize that, but certainly we need the input from a variety of entities. And who are the social services? I think you named at least 5 of them. And I want to make sure that, and there may be others that we want to pull into it, such as Dartmouth and so forth. So.
Thanks, just a follow-up to that. Do you think that this could be something that Housing and Homelessness Committee might be a good?
We can certainly pull them into the conversation and get some representation from them as well. That would be one of the groups we would want to, I think we would think would be appropriate for that.
So yeah, I guess then my only, I like this plan. This is kind of, what I thought of as a best case scenario. But I just feel nervous about the implementation. Namely because there's just been other topics where we're we're gonna just go ahead with, the easy, check this box and we'll circle back later. And I don't really feel like we've been able to circle back later on any of those things. So I guess just for me, having an understanding from board leadership and other board members, how we actually plan to get this off the ground, if it's going to be in our court to make it happen.
We're bad at circling back later.
Yeah.
Could I respond to that?
Yes.
I'm also imagining that, right? One, we'll have some support from some of the tenants who spoke and community members who are here today that would maybe want to be a part of this task force. Also, if we're making it tied to the grant application, actually getting in front of the board or the disbursement of funds. And I feel like Twin Pines Housing will also be right on top of that and supporting that implementation. I mean, I think we should too, obviously, but I think we'll have support other than just ourselves for doing that.
So what will the next step be? Sorry.
I did.
I mean, I think one next step that I envision, we've heard from leadership of one of the 5 partners. We've heard 0, nothing from VIII, HCRS, Listener Wise about their, commitment to partnership. And I want to hear that as soon as possible. I want to know that people are willing to engage in a safety pin development process, and that people from those organizations are interested and open and available to be at the table for the process.
Can I ask one quick question around that though? Yeah. So procedurally, sorry, Ken. Procedurally though, if you do this and then they get the grant and the project's on its way, I just think we need to be doing some thinking about what that looks like as you head down the road, in terms of accountability and, getting the data that you need and so on. Because I think we do a good job maybe of getting that information, but then what do we do with the information, right? So if it's not working or there are problems or flaws, and, you know, I think long-term, this town's gonna be facing a need to have staff that actually manages some of these things. Because I think we were underestimating the resources that this is requiring when we do these large-scale projects and the impact on the community.
Are
Bruce
we?
was ahead of me.
Oh, I didn't see her.
No, Bruce was ahead of me, I think.
Yeah.
Well, I want to echo Mike's
Bruce,
comments.
can you introduce yourself?
Bruce Riddle, I'm the Vice Chair of the Planning Commission. I want to echo Mike's earlier comments. All the developer of the larger project, BlackRock, they are very serious folks. And at least in their testimony at the hearings, they are very committed to Hartford in doing this project, but they do not have infinite patience. They're a large company with enterprises across the United States and there are other projects demanding their time and attention. And I've been on the planning commission for over 20 years, maybe 25 years. And I've watched the town lose some projects because we went for the bridge too far or we didn't act fast enough with due diligence. That's part one. Part two, the project you're asked to approve the loan for, this is a second iteration that Twin Pines came to the planning commission with. The first iteration, we were not happy with it. It was a bunch of one-bedroom efficiencies. And planning commission really believes we'd like to have, I personally would like to have more 4-bedroom housing, but we got 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom housing in this project. To us, that's a giant step forward, and I commend Twin Pines for responding to market demand to do this. So this project, I have greater faith in a successor project when there are families in the building than there were not families in the building. This is going to have families in the building. So I hope you can move this forward.
Thank you, Bruce. Kathy?
Kathy Melsick, Wilder, Vermont. And to what Bruce said, yeah, having families in the building just tells me we need even more oversight as far as some of the issues that have occurred at other Twin Pines properties. With regard to what Mary said about the police and the statistics, as anybody who's worked with vulnerable populations knows, maybe the last thing that someone's suffering a drug addiction, a mental health crisis, or who's previously been unhoused wants to do is call the police. And I am the biggest fan of our police department and our police chief right now. It's inherent in having those kinds of difficulties that the police are not seen as a safe resource to call. I so appreciate what Ida said. I so appreciate, and I was glad to hear you say it, so it wasn't always me. I appreciate what Miranda said. And I'm happy to report to Tim that he is not the only person in favor of Act 250. I am a huge fan of it. One of the things that someone said to me once, who was on the housing commission or housing and homelessness committee on this group, was believe other people's lived experiences. And I think that's what you heard at the last meeting here. And I think when I was talking about that meeting with someone, I said, I don't know how to describe what they said. And she said, it sounds like they were very brave. And I would agree with that. With regard to the tone, again, I'm glad I'm not the only person who thought this, but the tone in some of Twin Pines' responses that were in the packet, I also found challenging. Oh my God, I only have 24 seconds. The growth of this work has been made possible in large part through a growth in philanthropic dollars from the community at large. It should be noted that communities such as Lebanon and Hanover provide ongoing support for these activities. Hartford does not. And while we have not sought dollars to support our resident services program from the town, it is a noticeable absence as we face criticism from some that we're not doing enough to meet the needs of our resident in Hartford. I don't want to hear that we're not supporting Twin Pines. We've done a lot to say we need affordable housing. We have just tried to set what we feel are reasonable conditions for communities around it. I also don't want to hear that they don't get support from HPD. HPD has enough to do. And again, as I mentioned before, we don't have impact fees and we are not getting state assistance for the additional housing that we so desperately need and are trying to get put in. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Yes, Mike?
So it seems, because we're very behind on the schedule, it seems like there was some agreement that you can go ahead approving the application. Then we still have plenty of time and we still have authority to figure out exactly what we want to condition them.
You have continue to have leverage in the process.
Ready to make motions.
I guess, I think, for me at least, I would like to iron out at least some of the details before approving the grant, because again, right, that trust with the community of like, we say that we're gonna come back and like, talk about these, you know, the task force or the safety plan again. Who are we accountable to except for ourselves? And like, so I feel like if we can iron those details out a little bit, even if they're not in like super detail of like, this is gonna be the liaison and this is how many community members are gonna be on the task force. I think those details can be ironed out later, but I think like those two conditions I would want ironed out in attachment to the application, personally.
I thought we had that with what was being said with Lori addressing some of those.
Well, those conditions are not currently attached to,
I mean, kind of.
yeah.
Not as much detail.
So it seems to me there's a couple things here. There's coming back to the select board with some very clear structure to the process. And that we can schedule for a future select board meeting between now and next few weeks, if you want to put it on your schedule. Because there are things we need to check back with the 5 agencies and other ones. We need to check in on all of those things. And get some timelines put to it in terms of when are you gonna have stuff for the 2 separate activities, which is one is the safety plan, and we need to get that in place. And then there's also this broader oversight of, let's just say, community engagement within our tenant landlord procedures or processes or oversight or whatever. And I'm not quite sure what to call it, but let's just say it's number 2 on the list. So, and that's going to take a little bit more time to come back with a structure, but set some hard dates by when you want to see that back here as maybe part of your motion. And break it up maybe into the 2 segments of that. And then we can report back to you at that time as to where we think we are with both of those activities. You know, and it does look like there's another individual that would like.
Great.
I'm Marie Elvin, White River, Hartford Avenue. I just want to bring up a couple of things. Social services. I mean, we have tons of social services in Hartford here. And I remember Will pointing out last meeting that you can have all the social services you want, but if the people aren't willing to receive them, it's pointless. Ain't gonna happen. So you can have 10 social services there, people there every day. But if they're not taking advantage of it, it isn't going to happen. So that's kind of a moot point, really. You can't make them do it. And what about the problems already existing at 747 and Prospect Street? Haven't been addressed then. I have no doubt that the new development will be fine. But it's these prior ones that are not being addressed and taken care of. And then Tim mentioned the numbers. You know, there's only 18 units up there at 747, and that's their biggest problem. So you can't really go by the numbers. Let's see. And you know, and Andrew, he's begging. He is begging to let this all go through. And they will say whatever they want to get it through. Seen it before. I see it all the time. And I don't know how you're going to make them accountable. I hope, as I said in my opening, I've emailed and tried to talk to Andrew for 5 years, over and over and over again, about making 747 for families and children to be by the school. He has never listened to me, and now we've got the mess up there. I would appreciate bringing on any task force that involves 747. Thank you.
Thank you, Marie.
Hi, again, I'm Lonnie LaRoe and I'm from Wilder. I just, I want to first say thank you for your obviously deep thought on this issue. I am just, coming up to speed on some of these notes. I had a couple of things I just wanted to clarify. It was mentioned that Andrew said that he didn't think that the safety plan was within the purview of the select board. I read something, I didn't think it was Andrew that said that. Am I correct that the town manager may have suggested?
That was my quote, yes.
That was your quote, just to be clear. So, and maybe you might want to speak to that. Just
No, I
state
don't.
again
I'd
that
rather
that was-
not.
All right, but it was you were the person that.
That's
said it.
right.
All right, so we can just drop that. I just want to be clear about that. And I also think that the question about whether or not, I think that there's multiple definitions of support. There is financial support, which I think he was referring to in other communities, one of which I did live in for a long time. And one of which is also, the good neighborliness or whatever. So it's not like, I don't think anyone's saying that Hartford hasn't offered support to Twin Pines. It's just that I didn't even really understand the money and the dollars, but I just think we should be clear. And I also, I just want to say about the idea of treating substance abuse. Again, I'm not an NIH researcher, but I do know that if, and I didn't mean that in any belligerent terms, sorry. If that, sometimes eviction and being arrested and having legal consequences is part of the progression of the illness of addiction. And sometimes those consequences will eventually be something that jumpstart someone to being at a low enough bottom that they're willing to make changes. So it's not that policing is opposed, it's like, no, it's not.
Few more seconds.
Okay, so, and I also just want to say that, that having been a landlord, how hard it is to do things.
I'm sorry.
How, having been a landlord with.
You have to,
You're sorry, the timer went off.
Oh,
You
I'm
only have
sorry.
2 minutes
I'm
per
sorry.
section.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Again, and I appreciate the collaboration. I really do. Thanks.
Thank you, Lonnie.
Point of information, I was referring to page 52 of the agenda packet, and it was not in regard to the safety plan. It was in regard to an annual review by the select board of Twin Pines' work against its strategic plan. And it said that I want to make it clear that this is not acceptable. Twin Pines strategic plan is an internal document used by staff and its board of trustees. Goes on to say that their board of trustees discussed the concept at its regular meeting and agrees it is not acceptable role for the select board.
Thank you. So, are we gonna make a motion?
May I say something very quickly?
Yes.
Heidi Due to White River Junction, Vermont. I just want to make a very quick comment. At the very beginning, I'm not even sure where this came up, but Andrew Winters made a comment about bringing in a 20-hour position at 747 for a social worker or something. When they were proposing to the town to for their permits to build the building, they had proposed to bring in all this help, have them there on the first floor. That's why they needed all their meetings, all their different rooms and such. This has never been implemented. So I just want to bring this forth that they're proposing it once again, but it's never been implemented to begin with. So just keep this in the back of your mind that they make these empty promises, but it's never happened. I love the fact that someone, I can't remember if it was Tim or if it was Eric, that said that someone should be living on the premises. I think a few of the residents at one of these properties said the same thing. So kudos to whomever made that suggestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Heidi. Yes.
Willtown, Upper Valley Haven. Yeah, so we have funding through a program called Away Home through Vermont State Housing Authority that provides, we have 2 service coordinators that work out of 747 currently, and I believe that was likely what Heidi was referring to. The partnership with DH is a new initiative that we felt was important to help bolster partnerships, or I'm sorry, what is it? Oh, I'm sorry, Dartmouth Health. Yeah, sorry. To kind of bolster our service array in response to the increasing complexity of needs. And this person not only will be able to help folks navigate the healthcare system more efficiently, she also is a certified recovery coach as well, which was appealing to us in addressing some of the substance use that we're seeing. So I just wanted to clarify a couple of those things. Thanks.
Thank you, Will. Okay. So I'm ready for a motion. Whoever wants to, don't fight over it.
Madam Chair, I'm going to make a motion and then we might need to massage it a little bit. All right. So let me just start off with what's in the packet, and then there are going to be some amendments, and then those will be where there might be some friendly amendments. I move that the board approve the submittal of a VCDP grant application for the 444 Sykes Mountain Avenue multifamily housing project with the future development of a multifamily housing project. And authorize the town manager to take all necessary actions to complete and submit the application and implement the grant. And 2, to pass and sign the attached resolution for VCDP grant application authority. Nice. And 3, these motions be conditioned on the establishment of a task force to develop plans and a reporting structure back to the town for this and other multifamily units, multifamily housing units in Hartford. Please.
And safety plan.
I left it as plans general.
Oh, okay, that was included in there.
Because I feel like that's an implementation detail,
Okay.
whether we want to append the word, the adjective safety. I just feel like plans and reporting structure allows us to let that task force figure out what it is that needs to be done and where those, like, leave the implementation details to that process. That's what I'm suggesting.
Date.
Yeah, I'm open to friendly amendments.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Would this task force be designed to create plans and support structure for this and other multifamily housing projects going forward? Or would it have some oversight role for existing projects in town?
Good question.
Okay.
Applying a standard retroactively might be problematic.
You don't need to answer that now.
Well, I have 2 points, Laura. One is he has a motion. We're gonna finish the motion second and then have discussion. Or like, I just want to make sure we're clarifying what we're doing here. Okay, so my point, I appreciate all you've said there, but I'm troubled by this concept that we are taking one project and we're hinging it we're kind of hinging our approval of it with an overlay on all, it just seems daunting to me that we're applying it to all these projects in Hartford. Like, we have a lot of work to do, folks. And I don't think it's appropriate to take this one project and make it hinge on work that we probably should have done 5 years ago. I just think that we should be decoupling that. Perhaps we're putting it on his specific project, or maybe even the BlackRock component if we feel like that's appropriate, but putting it on all like it's too vague for me and too broad.
Do you have a friendly amendment to make?
If you're gonna put this requirement on this specific grant, then I think it should be to this specific project only. And then we have our own homework to do to deal with it townwide.
Okay, well, that might also simplify John's point, which, or it answers that as well. So,
And
so-
perhaps it might be faster, better, quicker, you know?
right, I think that is important, right? I think your point is good. So I will accept that amendment. Thank you.
Okay, I have a front.
All right.
Okay.
Can you second before we start amending it?
Okay.
Lori has a question.
I'm just trying to figure out the language. I'm a little bit confused on what the motion is. So if maybe Eric could restate it a little bit slower with whatever the friendly amendment is, and then I would be clear.
And we're not gonna time you this time to not stress you out.
Why did I sign up for this? So you have the first two, parts 1 and 2 in the packet, right, Lori? Except
Right.
that I struck the,
So we're keeping the safety or not?
well, maybe the better way to do this is to say, okay, can I withdraw the motion and remake it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So here we go. So I move that the board approve the submittal of a VCDP grant application for 444 Sykes Mountain Avenue multifamily housing project with a future development of safety and related plans for the property as a component, plans and reporting structure for the property as a component of the grant, and authorize the town manager to make all necessary actions and to complete and submit the application and implement the grant. And 2, to pass and sign the attached resolution for the VCDP grant application authority.
Friendly amendment.
Okay.
Could we add that the development, the structure of the safety plan and reporting will be revisited at the March 31st meeting? Reasonable timeline? Lori, I'm asking you.
31st, that's the,
But we're just
Okay.
saying that the structure of that task force will be readdressed at the March, not that you cannot submit the application
But it's not
before then.
submitted, it's not tied to the application. That's what I wasn't sure about.
Yeah.
Okay, March 31st.
Although it does mean that if we can't meet by March 31st to talk again, then we shouldn't submit the application, I guess, because it's tied to it, right?
Well, the application has to go in before that.
Right, but we're saying that what we're trying to do is say that the next meeting to structure the task force is conditional, or the application is conditional that we follow through on that commitment. Does that make sense?
So the deadline is March 7th.
Yeah.
Right.
So
You-
it's March 31st.
So if we can commit to meeting on March 31st, it's totally fine to go forward
Yes. that's
with
what
the
I was-
application before the 31st, but we have to have that commitment.
No, March 31st is after the application is due.
Right.
But you're talking about the June 26th meeting? I'm not-
Miranda's adding to our motion that we would be, that we'll be implementing this, and that we'll meet again to talk about the structure of that by March 31st. Not that the grant can't be submitted, but that we're committing to that next step as part of this process.
I think you should leave the board, present members who are gonna be here to say, yes, we're gonna take that up.
Yeah, and rather than taking this as a condition of the grant, because if for some reason you don't meet on the 31st, for whatever reason, is that invalidating the grant submittal? If that's what it sounds like to me right now. But what what it sounds like to me is you as a board want to commit to putting in action that the broader context of engaging all of them. And so it would, if whatever date you select for that, we need to be able to and ready to report back to you as to what our dialogue has been as a follow-up to being able to put that into place.
I think what you're touching on, Miranda, a little bit, is that, wordsmithing is wordsmithing, but there's, Eric used the term component. And then there's a word condition, and condition is a much stronger word in terms of like saying, we as a select board in spirit wouldn't really approve this grant if these things aren't in place. So it's kind of like, how do we do that in a way that it has the teeth that I think is required to make it work?
Well, are there not steps in the process through which the board can continue to use its leverage to assure that you get to the final result you want? And I think I'm hearing from Lori that yes is the answer.
Right, because if the grant is awarded to you, I mean, you could put in that if something is not provided, the safety plan has to be a condition of that. And if it isn't there by the time that they go to approve in June, then we will withdraw the application. So maybe that's the hard deadline you want to put on it, that if the safety plan is not completed by the June VCDP meeting, then the application is not, will be withdrawn. Unless otherwise specified by a select board action.
I think you captured that.
Yeah,
well.
Yes. Can we take the motion off the floor and hear the rest of the amendments, reword it and repitch it?
Yeah.
I will withdraw that because I think it is getting confusing.
We're
I think
getting
what
there.
Lori
Public government.
suggested right now makes sense. I'm amenable to that, but I think we are at a point where rewording it might be good. Are you doing that now? Okay, good. Takes me off the hook.
Yes, the phrase that's important to me is in there, is after we say safety plan and reporting process, demonstrating meaningful collaboration with local social service agencies.
One more time, I'm so sorry. Demonstrating
Meaningful collaboration with local social service agencies.
Okay.
Okay, I will take a crack. I will maybe try again if it doesn't work.
So you're gonna give the motion?
I think so.
Okay.
Okay. I move that the board approve the submittal of a VCDP grant application for the 444 Sykes Mountain Avenue multifamily housing project with the development of a task force to develop a safety plan and reporting process demonstrating meaningful collaboration with local service agencies for the property as a contingency of the grants review at the June 2026 VCDP board meeting, and authorize the town manager to take all necessary actions to complete and submit the application and implement the grant. And 2, pass and sign the attached resolution for VCDP grant application authority.
Second.
Second by Mike. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Miranda will send that text to Lori, right?
Yeah,
Good
we'll
job,
listen to it
Miranda.
on the.
Okay.
Yeah, unless you have it already written out.
I already do.
She does.
Well, perfect.
That would be
Thank you. And or otherwise we listen to you on the tape, but it makes
And
sense.
a copy
every piece.
Don't forget I have any of us.
You guys didn't take shorthand in college?
Well, I think we got most of it, but I don't want to miss a word.
That's impressive.
Okay.
Wait, I think, Madam Chair, I think Eric maybe did.
Aye.
You what?
You caught me off guard with the let's vote. Okay,
Oh,
next.
and you forgot to say aye.
There wasn't much opportunity.
Okay.
Okay, I say aye.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, everyone. Thank you for all your work.
Yeah,
and
thank
for
you.
hanging in here and for.
Yes.
Yeah, no, and I'm excited to work with you.
Oh, no, don't you worry about it.
Okay, so we'll move on to 5F, considering establishing a town policy on third-party access to town opioid settlement funds. I believe that's you.
Madam Chair, before we start, I wonder if there are any of these remaining items that the board might want to reschedule, given that we've got some executive session material to discuss tonight.
I think G should come out.
Okay, is there a motion on the floor?
We're gonna have to read them.
We just say we're gonna table this.
Yeah, well, I was waiting for someone to take it.
Could we,
Madam Chair, I move that we table the town policy on third-party access to town opioid settlement funds to the next slide.
Okay.
Wait, no, she's here. Yeah, no.
Okay, sorry, actually, motion removed.
We were gonna have
Withdraw.
hours.
Yeah.
I mean, I do truly apologize, but this is a process that does happen sometimes. We meet every couple weeks, like
I'm personally okay to do that item and table the meeting notice process.
No.
Wait.
That is contingent upon the next meeting, our organizational meeting.
Oh,
I
right,
need
or
that
sorry,
down.
no, the one in between well, I don't know, we got the select board.
Yeah, I will.
Proposal, which is.
Thank you.
I mean, yeah, honestly,
Okay,
I
good.
want the opioid settlement
Yeah.
funds to be a
Would you put it on the
bigger
table?
discussion. I think
Thank
it
you.
does need more time than what we have
I agree.
capacity
If we
for
could-
tonight.
Yeah, this is all.
Could, I guess, could we
Yeah.
move it, if we move it, could we potentially dedicate it to a higher agenda item at a future meeting?
Yeah.
And one of the things that, looking at your, G was select board training proposal and H was modified select board meeting note. One of the things that John and I had discussed that maybe the select board meeting notice process would be a better agenda item when we have the new board.
Well,
No
it's
smiling
contingent
faces
on
sitting
the
here.
organizational meeting.
We have to do it before we have the organization.
Yes, because that's what
Why is that?
that's what the proposed schedule suggests.
No.
Is
The draft schedule.
Yeah, but it makes it so, right, the organizational meetings, like, it gives the opportunity because it's not a real meeting.
Before we
In
get,
that it doesn't have agenda items other than what we do every year. So it's like predetermined agenda that you don't have to work on as much, is my thought process. I don't know.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Eric,
is there a motion on the table?
is there a motion on the table?
If there isn't, then I will move that we table items 5F and 5G and move on to 5H.
I second that.
Process. Is that the one where you're trying to make changes and,
No, the G is the,
no, H? So
What'd you
you're
say?
tabling
I'm
F and G?
I'm tabling, I move to table F and G and move on to H.
I think H is gonna create a pretty big discussion. If that's one where you want so many days, you wanna change the days that
I
things
think we
don't.
should table all three.
I do too.
I agree.
Well, I'm seconding the motion on the floor.
It was seconded by Ida.
Yeah.
and it only was F and G.
So can we call a vote on this?
Well,
There's a
Well, can we have
motion and a
discussion?
second.
There's
Can we have discussion?
Yeah.
Be free.
Sorry, be free. Yeah.
I will say,
You're welcome.
Hi, Tad.
is that G, Braver Angels is
Yeah.
has been patiently waiting.
No, I think
For a
that,
date.
I think that's fine to talk about
No, but
that.
that's what the motion is to table that one as well, as F and G.
Oh, I thought you just wanted a date, right?
G and H are kind of combined in Miranda's email.
Yeah, but I was thinking that we could do the date pretty simply, but the whole process of changing how select boards get notified of the agenda items might take more time and be better. if
I'm
there
just
was-
commenting on Eric's motion, which was that we tabled the Braver Angel, the G, which Braver Angels is waiting for a date. So I would ask that we do not table that. That's the motion.
Okay, so maybe you might want to reconsider F and H and do G, if it's that just a single date.
Fair enough. I withdraw the motion. Is that okay with the seconder? And I remake the motion as I move to table 5F and move on to G and H.
Second.
It's taken us more to get through this.
I'm okay, well, this is the process though.
I understand. I love democracy. Go.
My only comment for the shift of H is that the reason I was trying to get it on this agenda is because this process of changing the agenda setting would require the chair, vice chair, and town manager to create 2 agendas at once. By one of those agendas being the organizational meeting, they only would be creating 1 agenda, thus putting less of a burden on changing the structure. So the structure would be easier if that was the case, and I waited all year for this opportunity to not put that burden on you with the knowledge that an organizational meeting is like a wash of an agenda.
That's the least of the burdens I worry about being associated with the motion.
So
I'm sorry to say.
So the motion currently is to table F only, correct?
F and H.
No.
No, I said table F and move on to G and H.
I'm so sorry, Eric. I'm not
I
listening.
believe
And I
that's what I said.
seconded, and is there any more discussion?
All right.
I think, I'm gonna be honest with you, I think at this late date, when we still have an executive session, I don't believe we make the best decisions. That's, maybe it's just me, I'll talk for myself.
The quality of our engagement is going to deteriorate rapidly in the next hour. So
Well, we can take a quick crack at it and see. The way I look at it is, it's a try it, and if it doesn't work, then we just revert, right? And so it feels like we need to hear from staff, but it feels like, and we may not decide to do it, but let's at least take 5 minutes to talk about it.
Yeah, but if you're saying that we need to get information from staff.
I just want
Should we do that before we try and make a decision?
I want to hear the discussion for a few minutes just to hear where John is having objections, or the staff might have sticking points, and then we can decide on it, or we can decide to do it on a trial basis, for example.
Okay.
Could you restate the motion?
Yeah, the motion was to table 5F.
That's the motion, yes.
Period. Second.
And Miranda has a second. Okay, any comments on that?
I still think we should table them all, so I'm gonna vote no.
Okay. So, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Passes.
4-3.
Yes.
Now we've got G and H, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. So the Braver Angels training is a skills for disagreeing better training. When we went to John, Ashley and I went to one of their trainings in October, maybe. I connected with some of the staff or some of the volunteers who run the trainings. This felt like a really good one to make some connections with community members. And maybe to address what Ashley commented on earlier today, which is, how do we sit in these meetings and disagree and not have the hostility bubble up? And I'm hoping that by taking a training together, having it open to the public, buying them some pizza, that we can start to work on that relationship. I also have dates for August if the what were the dates? If the April 21st or May 4th date don't work for the board, and we wanted to look at August, depending on if we want to host the tournament.
Give me the two dates that you suggested.
Yes, so it would be in the evening from 6 to 7:45, and the two dates that they gave us for earlier in the year are April 21st and May 4th.
That's a Tuesday.
And is it both as a back-to-back
No.
or it's one or the other?
One or the
Okay.
other. Or we could have the August dates if those are not good dates for the board.
I'll just tell you, I'll be out of the country on the 4th.
On the 4th, okay, so the 21st.
I'm out of the
Of course, y'all are.
town on the 21st.
I also have, let me tell you, August dates were more flexible. Tuesday evenings were the best day. So any Tuesday evening.
So the
obviously
off-
we Don't
the-
have a
right.
meeting, so I can tell you what those dates are. Hold on.
August 11th or the 25th.
Perfect.
And either one of those work for me.
25th sounds great.
August
August
25th.
25th.
Do people like the idea of the workshop and us using some board money to buy pizza and doing a donation to River Angels?
It sounds great.
But it might take more than just pizza with some of
Pizza
our
and
some of our
super-
guests.
But let's not argue about the toppings, that's all.
Right.
Yeah.
We're gonna need a bunch of friendly amendments for those
That sounds
topping
great.
decisions.
Thanks for
Okay,
saying
say the date.
Yeah,
one more
thank
time.
you for setting that up, Miranda.
August
I
26th.
just typed pizza into my calendar.
So that's pizza. and then move on to H.
Okay. So I move, what was their invoice?
No, we,
And we don't need a motion or anything. That's just consensus.
Oh, all right.
No.
Perfect.
it says discuss.
Yeah.
Right, so then on to H.
Yes. Okay, so this idea was a little bit selfishly for me, but also I think would be better for the community at large if we could have our agendas more in advance so that we don't have to read them in like 3 days. And that's just how the agenda setting schedule.
So when you say agenda, you mean agenda plus packet?
Yes.
Okay.
Agenda plus packet. I think it gives me a little bit more time. It gives the board more time to chew on, more time to read, more time to chew on some of the ideas, and also gives community members, I think something that we've heard is that like, oh, well, like this was just announced, and so people are scrambling to come and comment on an issue. So it gives them more of a chance to participate in civic engagement. So I was thinking that basically at the next agenda setting meeting, it will be for the organizational meeting. A regular agenda would be set as well. And then it would just be, we just have we'd have an agenda in the works and an agenda out in the wild at all times. Hopefully that makes sense. I would love to hear what the pushback on it is, because I know that it is not a perfect system, and I know, yeah.
It certainly causes me to scratch my head and wonder, what is the problem we're trying to solve? And you've laid that out, so that's helpful to me. I didn't know whether the issue was just advance notice of agenda items or the packets to go with it. I have no knowledge of any other municipality that pursues this course. And I think the obvious reason will be confusion and unintended consequences. To have staff and the public maybe in 2 or 3 select board meeting cycles. One meeting's just ended. We've set an agenda 11 days ahead, but meanwhile, we're meeting to discuss the agenda after that. It just strikes me that it's likely to cause, however unintended, lots and lots of confusion. I'm calling about the agenda. Which agenda? About the thing on the agenda that I'm upset about. Well, which one is that? The cons, I guess I would say, would be confusion to have multiple select board meetings in our minds at all times, how to deal with time-sensitive matters. If, for example, you've posted your agenda and packet 10 or 11 days in advance, that gives us no opportunity to deal with late-breaking developments, no good options. I won't say no options, because we could skip a time sensitive matter for 2 weeks. Maybe we're going to pay extra penalty or interest by making a late payment on an invoice or something. Or we could amend the select board agenda and repost it, which is possibly another source of confusion. And then third, maybe we add the item under order of agenda, but we've been lambasted for doing that in the past because people view that as not transparent, and that what are we trying to pull by addressing something that we haven't noticed in the agenda, which would have been set 11 days earlier. So again, I don't know of any other municipalities that deal with their agendas or their packets in this way, and I can only imagine that might be a big reason why. But I do know staff also, the few that have opined on this, because obviously they're reluctant to tangle with a select board member, kind of scratch their heads too and say, wow, what are we, this is a recipe for confusion. That's the bottom line, I think.
I think a little bit of clarification on the agendas too. Only one would ever be out in the public at once. So basically, we would have a meeting and that next agenda would not be released until after that meeting.
Well, there's an open meeting law and a public records request. You know that some of our favorite our citizens will be demanding to know what agenda has been set the moment it's been set.
But it could, if it's a draft agenda, it's not set. It's like, it's a draft. You're providing us with a draft of what we can anticipate will likely be on the upcoming meeting agenda.
But we're making a packet around it.
But that's still a
It
draft.
could be used, right? A packet, you put the packet together, and I understand that takes time and energy and effort, right, digging up documents and stuff. But just like today, the opioid settlement funds, that whole clump, we'll just grab it and we'll put it on the next agenda that it will fit on. And so the packet can shift too, right? And like, I don't know if you guys are subscribed to the town agenda page, but I get notifications all the time that we have amended our notes, our agendas, like
for example, tonight, Eric had asked that we post the application in the packet, and Lana came in at 5 and did that this afternoon. I don't view that as a new item. I view it as supplementing or correcting an omission that maybe should have been there in the first place, but okay, I take your point.
I just think that if we step back, in general, the general flow of the work, there's probably an opportunity to take a lot of our I call them administrative click-throughs, because there's a lot of them, and compress that and make that go like way more efficiently. And then when we have a topic that definitely you would look at and say, ooh, we're going to be chewing on this one, or people are going to show up or whatever, or it warrants a deeper discussion. I just think we need to do a better job of redesigning our agenda, where we take the administrative click-through stuff and compress it and get it through, and carve out better time for some of the bigger, meatier topics, right? And like the opiate thing's a great example. I think we should have a good discussion around that and come up with a good format. But we're not going to do that at 9:45 at night when we're all fried, right? So we have to just be a little better about identifying, topics that warrant a deeper discussion, or perhaps community outreach or whatever, and then just get maybe we can come up with a better way to format the agenda. But I don't think the calendar per se is really that flawed on how we do.
I know that when we first spoke about this a few months ago, it had to do with, we had several humongo packets in a row. So I get that's not fun to slog through in the limited time. But I have had staff say that's part of the select board's job, is to take on, some work, and it might be over the weekend, which is not fun, but it's in anticipation of a Tuesday night meeting. One thing you might consider is a meeting later in the week, so that you didn't feel compelled in the weekend to do that. Some select board meetings take place Wednesday or Thursday evening.
Ashley, then I don't know if I had or whatever, just for.
Yeah, the reason that I really like this suggestion is because I've felt that there have been a few really big topics that require more than what we can allocate in this singular forum. And then we're told, well, we only put it on the agenda because the deadline for it is next week. And it's like, well, we can't, I really feel like we've been kind of like put between a rock and a hard place where we need to do more due diligence on the topic, but we don't know about it until the deadline is up. And I feel like this would get us out of that cycle where, although it's a draft and it doesn't have to be a perfect packet that we get 2 weeks in advance, I still can have something to gnaw on, more than just 3 days ahead of the meeting, because it's not just a matter of like, I'm not willing to take the time on the weekend. It's also that the town offices aren't open during the weekend. If there's a holiday on a Monday, we're like there was this week, we're limited in responses that we can get. And yeah, I think we could work through the nuance of like, it's a draft agenda versus it's a published agenda. I feel like that I'm still like, I'm not sure, if Miranda's intention was like, it's a formal agenda versus like you must have a draft for, the upcoming meetings.
I have a folder and it gets full as the time passes on, as we get closer to agenda setting. Yeah. So it's a accumulation of things that I hear from staff that need to be addressed.
And maybe we could like ask VLCT for advice on like how open meeting law interacts with the idea of the board being privy to a draft agenda. But also I could kind of imagine on the town website, when you go to agendas, you would see select board agenda for X date and then draft agenda for X date. And it's really clear to a, person logging on that like, this is the meeting agenda for tonight, and that's a draft for the next meeting.
That's clear to you, but that's going to be a source of a lot of confusion, I predict.
To that point, that's fair. I mean, I support Eric's idea of a trial period. I hear the concern, the primary concern being this is going to be a source of confusion. I would love to try it out and see how confusing it becomes or not, And I think there are some ways that we can proactively try to abate confusion by having maybe the date associated with that packet very big on the top, bigger than it normally is, so people are very clear on what date the information is referring to.
Oh, sorry. Miranda? I would also just add that, right? The agenda, there won't ever be 2 agendas out on the website at the same time with this schedule, as I understand, as I think I've written it. The agenda won't be released until after the meeting to hopefully mitigate that confusion of like, wait, what are you talking about this day? What are you talking about this day? It's like, we'll have a meeting and then later that week, that agenda for the next one will be released. Even though it will have been created, it'll still be a draft. And that way, potentially if something gets tabled, it could be restructured before it is released, but it would be released 10 days, I think I said. 10 days in advance still.
Okay.
I don't know.
We're putting an agenda in the queue, but my problem with that is there are things that emerge. So it's kind of a tricky process of like, I think we need to do a better job of mapping out our work throughout the year, what we anticipate are topics and things that we should be addressing at each meeting. But I also think that there's an awful lot of things that show up in the 9th inning that we have to work on and address. So I don't know what we're gaining by queuing up like a mushy agenda that's 60 days out or whatever. I don't know.
Well, for example.
Thank you.
Eric?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when this idea first came up, I said, if we're doing a good job of annual work planning and we're disciplined, and this is tough to do because we've just started this practice, right? So this isn't any I think it literally is a practice. If we're updating the plan as it goes on and taking perhaps some of the information that's in John's folder, integrating that in as it comes in, so the plan had the big level stuff, we might need 3 meetings to talk about the Coolidge or block redevelopment this fall and so on. But if we're just sort of taking some of that stuff and making it visible, really, that's what I think that is my suggested compromise, is that we're sort of using the annual work plan and adding. So I always see plans in terms of shades of gray, right? So, you've got white way out here in the future, which we don't know anything about. And then there's black, which is our agenda for tonight. And then somewhere there's shades of gray, right? And so we've got that middle point, the annual work plan. And the idea was to, so it's broken up into 2-month increments. And if we have a topic where there's a document related to it, that document is linked to it. So I can go to the work plan and click on it, get to the PDF, because the department that's reviewing that document or the service organization or whoever already produced it and it's ready, or it's in a good enough draft, or it might be drafted and the link leads me to the same place, right? The link gets updated, whatever. But I think that the missing component perhaps is just the discipline of updating the work plan periodically, and maybe a quarterly or even a monthly review of that with the agenda setting committee would be helpful in integrating some of those issues from John's folder that we perceive to be thorny, because that's the other component here, right? There's the big massive documents, and then there's the issues that the public cares about and we spend time on. So I think maybe there's grounds for a compromise that doesn't involve the 2 agendas with a potential confusion. And sorry if I'm okay, I'll stop.
Okay. Well, here we are.
I think no matter where you go, there you are.
Right.
No, I mean, I get it. There are a lot of people more adventurous than me who want to do something and see if it causes confusion. I'd rather not when I think the answer will be confusion. And it seems foolish to enter onto an expedition that one feels might cause confusion, because we get enough confusion even though we think we're acting in a clear and transparent way. So I guess my view is, after 17 or 18 years of doing this, I always look to unintended consequences and risk management. And this seems like an unforced error to me, a potential unforced error. I embrace Eric's compromise approach as much less likely to cause confusion, and perhaps another step in this plan you've had in the past of identifying hot topics or big topics and doing a better job of making them accessible to the public on their own schedule. I think that is something good to emulate. We'll be discussing these topics at the workshop Sunday, but I will also say that we have a capital improvement plan that we need to discuss later tonight, that will also identify big topics that the public is interested in.
I'm against trying it out, because I think there's too many chances for chaos before and chaos after. That's all I'll say. Yes.
I think I mean, there's lots of stuff going on, different ideas. I mean, I think it's something the board needs to sit down and work on if they want to do something a little bit different in this area. This isn't the best time, I think, to discuss it. And I do kind of feel like it's something the new select board should be involved in as well. It's, it's going to be a different board come March 4th and 5th, like if we had to vote on this tonight, I'd vote no, just because I'm not going to be on that next board. I don't want to set the agenda for how that board goes about its business. So I always think it's good when the new board comes in, sort of, that's their chance. They can elect new leadership. They can decide what they want to do differently, and it's theirs. It's not something that the prior board with different members.
We table this matter?
Or is there a motion? Yeah, is there any?
Do you require a motion, or do you want one?
It's it just says consider. I don't know if Miranda wants a motion.
I guess, can we straw poll it, how are folks feeling? I would be open to a trial period. I also would be open to the idea of And I mean, that could really just be something we talk about in our training or in our workshop. It's the bigger picture documentation.
It fits nicely there, actually.
Yeah. So we don't need to make a motion.
Yeah, I mean, I would support it if there were a motion.
And in conjunction with, I would support a trial period in conjunction with further discussion in our workshop.
I'll throw it out there. Let's see how it goes. Okay, I move that the select board update the agenda setting schedule as proposed in the agenda for a 3-month period to be revisited at that time.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Miranda and a second by Ida. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Okay, it's 4-3, it doesn't pass. Do you want individuals? It was,
would be nice.
yes, Ashley
We do like
voted
that.
for it, Ida and Miranda voted for it, and the rest were
Thank you.
nays. Thank you, Lana.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, commission reports. Start with Aaron.
I have none tonight, Madam Chair, thank you.
Miranda, none today. Ida?
None.
Mike?
None.
Tim?
Briefly say that I attended the 802 workshop and it was excellent.
Good. Ashley?
None.
And none for me. Consent agenda?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move that we approve payroll ending 2/14/26, approve AP manifest 2/13/26 and 2/19/26. Approve meeting minutes of 2/3/26, future meetings approved of 2/22/26 workshop, 3/5/26 organizational meeting, 3/17/26 and 3/31/26.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
And a second by Ashley. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Oh, I have a motion.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Sorry.
Motion first.
Asleep at the switch. Would you mind to pass these on?
Can I make a motion?
You sure can.
I move that, wait, do I have to read the whole thing?
Yep.
Okay, but the first paragraph is not part of the motion.
Yes,
It is.
it is a
Okay.
preamble to it, yeah.
Okay. I move that in order to allow for a discussion of a memorandum of understanding to govern the town's relationship with healthcare and rehabilitation services, HCRS. B, a discussion of a legal strategy related to the town's fair and impartial policing policy. And C, a review of a proposed contract for a capital improvement plan consultant. I move to find that premature general public knowledge would clearly place this body and or persons involved at a substantial disadvantage pursuant to 1 VSA section 313A1. 2, move to discuss a potential contract and legal matters pursuant to 1 VSA section 313 subsections A1A, A1E, and A1F.
Is there a second? Second by Mike. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous.
We've got signature paper for anybody who needs one.
There's always gonna be more meetings. More people to get exhausted by the.
Oh yeah, wait, Mike, are you going to? I move that we end the executive session at 10:46 PM.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Eric. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Let it be noted, of course, that Mike has left.
Yes.
You did get that.
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Miranda?
I move that the board authorize Chief Kelley to sign off on an MOU with HCRS. Keep going, both, okay, and authorize the town manager to sign a revised contract with ReThink Local based on email discussions.
I'll second.
Okay, second by Tim. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Did we cover both of
Miranda?
those? We covered both of those
Yes,
topics then?
together.
Okay.
Wait, who seconded? I'm sorry, you did.
Tim did, yeah.
Tim did. Yes. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Who was the first and second on adjourning?
I made the motion.
I seconded.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Sunday, 9:30.